Hello, hello, and hello. Welcome to day two of the K-12 2030 Global Education Conference. Okay, yeah, so um, it's great to be here again. I'm excited. Okay, so this is the time where we begin to make welcome our participants. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, yeah. All right, you're welcome. You're welcome. Welcome from LinkedIn. Welcome from YouTube. We're majorly streaming this conference, but both on LinkedIn and YouTube. Um, yeah. Whether you're joining from LinkedIn or you're joining from YouTube, it's good to have you here. Thank you for joining. I am going to open um, up the chat section so that I can be able to see you even as you join. So we're going to take the next few minutes to welcome our participants, and then I will just do a brief opening speech, and then we'll move into the first session for today. Yeah, I'm excited. So while I'm keeping my eyes um, while I am keeping my eyes on the chat box, it's quite important to do a review of yesterday's session. Yesterday was massive, was so explosive. If you didn't join us yesterday, the recording is available both on LinkedIn and YouTube. You can check out the recording. It's not something you want to miss. Um, just going to do um, quick run through um, of yesterday's experience, right? Of yesterday's experience, so that you can see what happened, and then you don't want to miss it. Okay, so yesterday we had a teachers a school spotlight, we had a learner spotlight, and then we had some main presentations, right? Sharon was here from Colossal Academy to walk us through what happens. So we have seen that there are things in K to 12 like micro schooling, like homeschooling, like online learning, I mean full online learning that's now in this stage, right? We're seeing that happening, and it's growing, and we see that these things are going to grow. When we look at these signals from what is happening currently, we can say that because of the way our society is evolving locally and globally, these things have come to stay. There's going to be more and more micro schooling over time. There's going to be more and more homeschooling over time. There's going to be more and more unschooling, like some people will say, and there's going to be more and more virtual learning over time. It's everywhere. It's in Africa. It's all across the continent. These things are the innovations we see today in the world of K to 12. We see them happening. Yeah. So Sharon was here yesterday to tell us about that. How our micro school works, and it was a sweet experience. It was so sweet. All of those videos she showed us, and the learning experiences. That was powerful. And then we had Namia. Namia, the 13-year-old girl from India, who has met the CEO of Microsoft, and who the CEO of Microsoft also went ahead to talk about her in one of his presentations. That was great. That was great. She has trained a lot of teachers. Of course, I was saying yesterday that okay, this again just buttress the fact that teachers and learners have to now co-design learning. Gone are the days where the teacher is the is the fount of all knowledge, and you're dealing with a curriculum or a learning path that is fixed. I don't think that's where K-12 stands today. In this conference, we are bringing what is possible to you. We're trying to unveil what is possible in the world of K-12, and then how can you um, also break into the world of what is possible. So I have my co-host with me here today. Hi, Teresa. Can you hear me?
Hi there. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Very well, very well, very well. You look great. Very well.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So do you. Ready for today?
Yeah. Yeah, 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 exactly, exactly. So I was just trying to do a review of yesterday's session before you joined. I talked about Shirin and I'm talking about Namia. That session, of course, we wanted to show that today learners are doing more than just excelling academically and getting good grades. That's not where K-12 stands today. Today we see an emergence of kids, of students in K-12 who are entrepreneurs, who are innovators, who are solving real life problems, who are doing more than passing exams, but adding value to their society. And one thing Namia kept saying yesterday was it's about adding value to the society, it's about making my society a better place. And that should be the mindset of every child in every school. We need to take them to that level where they are no longer students, but they are now agents. That transition is very important, moving them from students to agents, right? So that's why, if this is what our education looks like, if our education is all about raising agents and not students, I think we're going to have few problems in our society because everyone is going out to do something, right? And they are not mentally distorted by that pass exam and get out of here thing. So we saw that in NAMI as an example. Of course, you're also going to see that again to because we have a student that we're going to be showcasing today in the learner spotlight. You can't I don't want to miss that. Okay, and then we also had what's the third person now? We had oh my, we had Claire. I think before we had
Shirley
Claire
Anderson.
yesterday. Aha, thank you. And for school leaders, if you're a school leader listening to us, I bet you need to go back to that session. You need to go back to that session. I I know when she said she was going to speak from her heart. Indeed, she really spoke from her heart. And if you go back to that session as a school leader, I'm sure you're going to have you know you're going to get a lot of wisdom to work with from that. It was so powerful and so loaded. School leadership in a disruptive age is something is really very heavy. It's something that can be quite difficult if you don't know how to go about it. And so you need to watch that session. That session was really so loaded. She gave some very practical nuggets, very practical things that you can do. Four strategies, I think she mentioned: one, two, three, four. And I bet if you apply those strategies, you're going to have a level of rest in your system, right? You're going to move your system to a higher level where your teachers, your staff are happy, they're excited, and the place is looking good. Okay. And then lastly, we had Claire, who showed us through what another dimension of K to 12 that was powerful. She came from the realm of those research, and yeah. Okay, Teresa, maybe I should allow you to talk about Claire's presentation, um, while we're getting set for the first session for today.
Oh my gosh, yes. I think, if we think about the idea that the model Claire presented us with yesterday, um, again, welcome to everybody. It's so good to have you here. And the best part of this is that I think we have different people from different parts of the world, different sectors in education. And I like that there is something for everybody in each one of our presenters. So Claire Evans provided us with a school model that we envision for the future. And I think it was important for us to take a look at what that looks like. And I think for those of us that are interested to make education accessible for everybody, if we can look at that model and take a look at how it's learner centered. She also spoke about how, as the School of Humanity, they work on challenge based learning. And one of the things that is so important is the quotation that she made about us, trying to equip learners with the kind of skills that don't exist today for jobs that don't exist today. So it is completely focused on what lies ahead of us that we can't anticipate completely, but that we can predict. So I think it is important that we do focus on how important it is that education now becomes disruptive and adaptive, because that's what we're all about. And adaptive thinking allows us to look back at what it is that worked in the past, but also to use that and see what it is that the future is going to look like. We have to restructure things, we have to throw things out, we have to adapt new things. And also, it is also important to have those hard conversations, because with that comes a lot of responsibility for being authentic, not only to our communities, but
Mm.
also to what it is that we want our society and the world to grow into. So, inspirational speakers, each one of them really added so much value.
Yeah.
And I think that was the buzzword yesterday: value, value, value. But I definitely think that Namia encapsulates everything. Each one teach 10 is what she's known for. But I think, and I would like to encourage our participants also. I think we're moving from that to each one teach thousands. We need to affect those around us so that we successfully prepare for what lies ahead.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Thank you for that, Teresa. Okay, so we have a first speaker for today right with us in the studio. Um, Again, if you are joining us for the first time today, this is K to 12 2030 Global Education Conference, and the focus is school models for the society and economy of 2030, and are all evolving many that are much that you know, in the next 5 to 10 years, the next of things. So it's important for us to, you know, uh, connect that to 12 system, you know, uh, where it Sadia, thank you for joining. Thank you. I see Sadia from LinkedIn. Thank you for joining. It's good to have you here. So yeah, please, if you're joining us, please put your name in the chat box and tell us where you're joining us from. We'd like to meet you. We'd like to meet you. We'd like to celebrate you. Um, yeah, please put your name in the chat box and tell us where you're joining from. That will be so helpful. Right. Yeah, so this conference is all about opening your eyes to what is coming and what is happening today, right? So this conference is about bringing innovations right to your doorstep. This conference is about helping you to navigate. How can you prepare the learners you have in your classroom, in your school, for today's realities? I think there are so many things that are happening today that are not known, right? Our world has changed. Don't say because every time you wake up, you see the same room, you see the same people, you see the same thing around. I tell you, the world is changing. You know that normalcy, that it's not um, 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 physically as it were, but but many things are changing. Many things are changing around our world. So you want to be in the loop. Yeah, we have Alibio Shadenike. Thank you for joining from Ecuador. I see you on YouTube from YouTube. Thank you for joining us. It's good to have you here. Yeah, so great. So we see that need to understand the realities today, and then try to connect it with what is happening in K to 12, because K to 12 cannot be relevant, right, unless it seeks to understand what the society is asking for, right, what the industrial landscape is asking for locally and globally, right. That is where K to 12 draws its relevance from. Unless K to 12 begins to offer kids the skills, the information or knowledge, and the competencies that their immediate society is asking for, then K to 12 is not relevant, right? What I've just said now sounds a bit trivial, but it's powerful, right? So K to 12 will not be relevant until it understands, and that's what we're trying to do here with this conference, helping you to understand what the society is asking for, what the industrial, what the landscape is asking for locally and globally, and helping you to align your efforts, everything that happens in that space from Monday to Friday, as the case may be, um, so that you are practically offering your learners exactly what is the real deal, right? So this is very, very crucial, very, very crucial, you know, and that's what you get from this conference. And that's why in this conference we also have an HR expert, we someone in the workplace who understands the workplace dynamics, someone in the workplace who understands the requirements over and over time. Someone who has been in the workplace, who understand, you know, for the space of about 2 decades, how um, um, how requirements to function effectively in the workplace has changed over and over time. Someone that understands that evolution. And I dare to say this: one of the things that you want to do as a school leader is that you need to have conversations often with HR experts. You need to have conversations often with human resource specialists, right? Because again, this is one of the things we need to do in K to 12 to bridge the gap between what we're doing in our space and what is happening outside our space, because we have seen that gap and that wide disconnect, right? And that's why we will not have this conference without inviting an HR expert to come and speak to educators and say, dear school leaders, dear educators, these are the things we go through in the workplace. These are the things you need to know about the kids you are dealing with that are also coming into this same workspace that is changing, right? Teresa, what do you think about that?
I've just thought about something. Yes, and HR, human resources. Wow, and we are now faced with AI. So it's sort of HR first versus AI. So it is so important for us to have these conversations. It is so important for us to be exposed to what the things are that we need to be paying attention to. um, that the experience that we want people to have in this conference is to be clued up on all aspects of education. So having experts come to
Hmm.
us and just expose us to elements that are going to help us to sustain what we do and prepare for any eventuality, I hope that people see the value in that. I do also want to add that in celebrating innovation, our speakers today have done immense work in their respective fields. So not only are we going to be learning from them, we also want to highlight what it is that they are doing and celebrate the kind of innovation that they have come up in their respective fields. So I think it's twofold, and that's what makes it very exciting.
Yeah, super, super. That's what makes it really, really, really exciting. I can't wait to have this first session and we just move into it. Okay. I will introduce our first speaker for today briefly. I'm going to do that introduction shortly. I hope you guys are ready. Our audience, I hope you're ready. Please, if you're joining us from LinkedIn, please, we'd like to meet you. Tell us your name and tell us where you're joining from. That would be so, so great. That would be so, so helpful. Tell us your name and tell us where you're joining from. We'd like to meet you. Yeah. So this conference is about you too. You are very important here. Yeah. So real quick, I will introduce our first speaker for today. So her name is Oluwakemi Shonubi. She is the director, people, culture, experience, and operations at TVC Communications, um, a leading experienced human resource professional for over 2 decades with a demonstrated history of working with different teams and sectors, skilled in HR consulting, requirements analysis, customer relationship management, technical recruiting, and public speaking. She's passionate and motivated about people development, both personal and professional skills acquisition. She's popularly known as the HR storyteller, as she knows how to convert experiences in the workplace into golden lessons. Her leadership has attracted several awards, as she is a master of humans and workplace dynamics, and she's keenly interested in how this connects to K-12 education holistically. Um, Ladies and gentlemen, it is our honor to bring to the podium um, our first speaker for today. Hi, can you hear me?
Hello, Adebayo and Theresa and
Hi,
everyone that is
Kimmy.
listening.
Hi.
Hello, Theresa. I love your beret. It's very pretty.
Thank you very much. It's hand knitted by my mom.
Oh, my daughter needs to see this. She's been knitting, and I said she needs to knit me something. So
Well,
this is
no, this
pretty.
this
This is
this is
pretty.
what she can start on.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much. Lovely to be here again. And I've been listening to the summary of yesterday's event. I apologize, I couldn't join. I was busy with so many things, but it's good that you've given us a rundown. Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. It's so good to have you again. Yeah. And okay, so we are going to step down and we are going to allow you to take us okay. Yeah, so do you want me to share your slides from my end or
I
you want to share
would,
it from your end? I think you can share it from your end. It
Adebayo,
should be
I
easy
think
this time
you
around.
should share. So, okay, let's try. I usually like some support so that I know that I'm with people. Let's see. If I can't do it, then I'll just come to you. Is that fine? Let's see if it works. All right, you know what, Adebayo? I've sent it to you. Please just share it. Let me have you share it. I think it's better. Can you hear me?
Yeah, very well. I can hear you very well.
Adebayo, please go ahead. I think it will. Um, I want you to also follow.
Okay. One sec.
All right. Okay, so while we're waiting for my slides to pop up, I think um, Adebayo sort of, and even Theresa, they've sort of laid the foundation of this conversation. And I'm hoping that, the audience, I do believe that is a mix of educators, some students themselves, and, members of the workplace, which is made up of entrepreneurs, business owners, HR practitioners, and employees. What I'm going to be speaking about today is really connecting the dots, connecting the dots, which is basically between the schools, the workplace, and the society as a whole. Adebayo already mentioned that, the world has changed, and if anyone hasn't woken up to that reality, then it means you're still dealing with an old playbook. The world has changed as we used to know it, and every day we're reminded of this change. This even largely was even before the pandemic. But what has now happened since 2020 is that we have sort of been fast tracked into a time capsule. And the things that we were sort of shying away from have now become reality. So there's a need for our teachers, the people who are shaping our future, because teachers really um, have a huge role to play. Yes, parents have their role to play, but teachers have a huge role to play. And the educational space has changed. The demands from that pool have changed, and it's best that our teachers, our educators, our school owners understand that there's a shift that has happened, and because of that shift, you have to prepare your people for the world of work. We call it the world of work tomorrow, but it's the world of work today. Adebayo, can you hear me? I can't see my slides yet. Um, so that we just jump right in and I don't waste too much time. Can Adebayo hear me? Okay, it does seem that I may have been left on my own. Okay, yeah, I don't think I see him. Adebayo, I need my slides. Have you been able to pop them open? Can't seem to. I need some support, guys. I can't seem to. Um, Adebayo.
Okay. Okay. I think yeah, it's on the screen now. It's on the screen now.
Okay,
Can you see it?
fantastic. I can see it,
Hmm.
but maybe there's a view, it's a bit small. I can't seem to. Yes, we can see it, but it's quite small. It is very small actually.
Okay. Okay.
I don't think that's. I don't know whether it's because you are the one projecting out. There's. Well, can everybody else see it, or I seem to be the only. Hmm, it's not the best view. Okay. Well, it does seem that I really wish I could do this from my end. It's slightly bigger, but can everyone else see it? I think that's my only concern. If everyone else can see it, then I won't fret as much. Let's try another. Okay. All right. I think. Oops. Sorry. Okay. Awesome. All right. So let's move quite swiftly. Like I said, I'll be talking about how we're going to connect the dots between our school, the society, and the workplace. And as I've been introduced, I'm a HR professional, practitioner, whichever word you want to use to describe me. And this is something I've done for a couple of years. I'm very passionate about people, development, and, which is why I believe Adiba and I just sort of clicked, right? So let's move, we can move on. The next slide just sort of shows an outline of my networks, my um, who I am, my alma maters, the type of background I have. Adebayo, I don't think it's moving anymore. It's sort of stuck, so that I don't have to keep calling on you. I really need you to um, be here. Okay, I've been left alone again. I don't think this is sustainable. So we may have to find a permanent solution to this. Mm. All right, Teresa, I need your support. We just seem to be stuck on one slide, and I don't want to be talking and people can't sort of see what we're doing. Okay, so like I said, this is a brief summary. I call it a summary of my CV. So now we can go into the bulk of the conversation. Let's go to the next slide. Yeah, thank you very much. So we're going to be talking about the gaps that currently exist within the space we're in. Um, so what I'm going to be doing is I will be using my slides on my end, while maybe you people can see what is being projected. All right. So um, the path to job growth starts in the classroom. I think I'd already mentioned that, where we're saying that, most children or most students in their budding years, the reality is that the role of the teacher cannot be under or overemphasized, rather, right? Higher academic standards are needed, to help prepare students for competitive jobs in STEM. We all know what STEM is. So we're talking about science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. But I can say this very proudly, that there are many new roles or new jobs or new functions that have come up that are even beyond STEM, as it were. We also know that it's important to give kids the skills they need, which therefore makes them better qualified job applicants. One of the um, sore points for us as HR practitioners, especially when we're faced with trying to hire new roles, even as simple as a graduate trainee role, you find that there seems to be a gap, in the quality of what students are leaving schools with. And then you just wonder where the issue is, right? Um, and I'm sure many HR practitioners, many business owners on this call can confirm what I'm saying. You have a lot of people leaving school, so it's not like the school system has failed entirely in terms of churning out people. But the question is, what is the quality? Are they even qualified to meet up the basic requirements for that job? And the fact that you have better qualified job applicants automatically lead to a lower unemployment rate and a stronger economy. So when many people are talking about, oh, there's unemployment rate, it's quite high. You can move to the next slide, Teresa. You're bothered with the quality of the people coming. It's because the depth of knowledge, the refinement or the quality that people are leaving schools with is somewhat basic, right? It's somewhat basic. Okay, apologies. If you want, I could send you the PowerPoint, or let me quickly do that if that will not disturb the presentation. I am going fast, but I do apologize, ladies and gentlemen. We just want to make sure that you have the best experience and there's no interruption in the process. Let me just do this quickly. Apologies, everybody. I'm here. Okay. I think, all right. I think that's going now, so we can proceed. All right. So while I'm trying to do that, it now says that the old system is not fit for purpose. I'm going to keep saying this sentence over and over again, and it was stated by Mario Frank, who is a development. And he says further that we're building our education on sand, and we all know that built on sand, it does not have it's not fortified, it's not strengthened. And however, it doesn't mean that we have to start again. All right, Adibai, I think I've sent you. You have access to the PowerPoint document now, right? We're not saying we have to start again. We just need to complement. We need to supplement the system. So we don't need to break it down, because when I have conversations with some teachers or when we have discussions with school owners and all of that, the resistance sometimes I sense is, oh, it seems we're being called out. Oh, we're not doing enough. Oh, you're doing fantastic. But doing fantastic now is not enough for our future. In some instances, people are not even doing fantastic. So we're saying that we need to supplement and complement the system, because our old system is not fit for purpose today. And one of the fundamental reasons we still have this problem in education is the tool by which we choose to justify performance and success, which we usually call the exam. I'm sure many of you remember, when we're in school, even up till now, there seems to be a lot of focus on you sitting for the exam rather than you understanding the ideology, the concepts that you're learning. I'm not saying, and I before the teachers come for me and say, oh, so how do we assess? I'm not saying that, but there always seems to have been more focus on the exam rather than you understanding the process up until, there's this thing in math where, you're given a problem to solve. And many of us didn't know the reasons why some of our teachers were not so much interested about, well, those are some of the teachers then, I don't know, but we're not so focused on your answer. They will tell you that, show me your working. In fact, sometimes you might not get your answer correct, but you get points for the process flow. You have to show your process. So we find that sometimes we focus so much on the exam rather than the process, right? Please, next slide. We can move swiftly. It is easy to always judge individual success in an exam. You get 95, oh, fantastic. But it is harder to judge soft skills. I wrote something down where people used to say, oh, there's hard skills and soft skills. Hard skills, you're talking about technical competency, your ability to, like, math I used, comprehension. But soft skills used to be, or we usually would call communication skills, interpersonal skills, um, you know, being able to put things together. But the reality is that we've seen that soft skills now are, or the things we call soft skills, are really not soft skills, as it were, because that is actually the focus area. I remember years ago, um, I was conducting interviews for a particular role. I think it was business analyst role. I remember that was one time years ago where I had to do a lot of hiring, recruitment. I was looking for fresh graduates, um, a lot of focus on comprehension, a lot of focus on um, being able to interpret, findings, writing, and some of the basic things we talk about. And I realized that, so I was interviewing this guy. I love his CV. He had a first class in, I think it was mathematics from one of the universities here. I was already excited and willing, looking forward to interviewing him. And he came in for the interview on paper, fantastic. But he could not, you know, find a way to move from, and this was not nerves, it had nothing to do with being nervous. He was able to sit well at the interview, posture well. But the basic questions I was asking him, as simple as, okay, in school, what did you do, apart from being a first class student? What other skills do you have? And I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I kept zoning in and out of the interview because I couldn't see him beyond just tinkering numbers, being able to conceptualize, being able to use initiative, being able, he had not done anything else. He had not explored other things. It seemed he had been told this is what to do, and then you move into that space. So there's a lot of focus now that on soft skills, as we usually call them. And we're talking about that the didactic information transfer has failed. We have, based on data available at our resource, at our fingertips, it is anticipated that young people today may have 7 different careers in the working life. And what that means, we're not talking about jobs, careers. People are transitioning from uh, studying engineering to going into even HR. I have a lot of colleagues in my space who the background was engineering in schools, they've crossed over to HR. Even in HR now, I think Teresa ever mentioned, we're talking of artificial intelligence. That's an area that excites me every day. You're talking of artificial intelligence, you're talking of automation, you're talking of virtual reality, you're talking about artificial reality and all the other things in between. People transition. So you have people from the banking sector, they go into um, they go into investment, whether you could say it's linked, or they wake up one day and say, you know what, I want to become a coach in a particular area. And because people may have up to 7 different careers in the working life, it means we now need to help develop thoughtful, see the words there, thoughtful, creative, equipped children who aspire to move from shop floor to boardroom. And the way to do that is to legitimize and build out of classroom learning and help teachers become learning managers. I liked that a lot. Learning managers, not just teachers. Don't just come day in, day out feeling that, oh, I'm teaching. Yes, we're teaching, but it should move from being a learning manager, being a teacher to a learning manager. There's something I wrote here, we need to start, making our children job creators, not only preparing them for the jobs. Let's move on. Next slide. I think we can move. Um, all right, let's move to the next slide. Yes, thank you. So I liked this. I saw it and I was like, it's something, you could take a picture or whatever. Learning is not an answer. It is only in the pursuit of an answer that we're learning. And this basically is one of the things that we need to start imbibing in ourselves as teachers and translate to our children. You have to continue learning. Lifelong learners are said to have courage, tenacity, and have the ability to transfer knowledge from one area to another. But most of us who currently transfer knowledge easily are not, we have little awareness of how we actually do it. If you sit back and wonder, okay, how do I even, how do I currently transfer knowledge from one, easily. You're invited to this event, you speak so passionately, you're able to, as teachers or parents, we tend to instruct in the way we've learned. If you understand what I'm saying, sometimes it is that you're teaching people the same way you've learned, and learning has become a habit. It has to become a habit, a way of behaving that has become nearly or completely involuntary. Now, the situation isn't too much different when kids are in school. Most teachers, and many of them will confirm this, you always can quickly assess which students are adept at learning in general by the way they attend in a class discussion, or in a way they seem to absorb information without too much assistance, or the way they ask questions in class. However, because learning itself is a process, right? And there are multiple ways in which to learn the same subject. We can highlight these different ways of learning to our kids and teachers, and students. And if we do, students and kids adopt, multiple ways of learning and making habits. So back to what I was saying, you can see in this inquiry learning cycle, it says, I wonder, I investigate, I record, I discover, I think, I try. When you're talking about trying, experimenting, I reflect. This actually is an inquiry learning circle. And these are the types of things we need to start exposing our children to, so that they're not just leaving the school system thinking that I was given this book and I learned it verbatim. Am I able to notice, ask questions? Do we sometimes get challenged by children who are inquisitive? There's this picture I had somewhere where I think a parent was telling the child, "Oh, I want you to grow up to be assertive. I want you to grow up to be mind, to think out of the box. But right now, I don't want you to talk back. I don't want you to ask questions. I just want you to be like a child." It means sometimes we're restricting our children to explore. And then when they get to the workplace, that is where we struggle with saying, do this, and the person has not gotten the confidence to go beyond what he or she has been given as a task. All right, let's move to the next slide. So I'm going to start talking quickly about some of the gaps we have identified, or some of the areas that we really need to start working on. First one, of course, is a huge skill gap for the educators themselves. Um, they say you cannot give what you do not have, and you can't really impact knowledge you don't have. So primarily, that's a fundamental flaw in respect to transferring information. Now, a lot of us think that teaching is just coming specifically and saying, do this way. This is how it's done, which is fantastic. But sometimes you have to leave room open for inquiry, inquisition, a different way of doing things, a different approach. People who, um, in math, you know, different approaches exist to solving a problem. Are you open to allowing somebody, instead of having 20 steps, maybe somebody has 5 steps that gets you to the same place and is a bit, references some inquisition, right? So there's a huge skill gap for educators themselves, and that's an area where you have to continue learning, you have to continue upskilling, because there are new technologies that are being invented on a daily basis, and you cannot be like a camel that buries its head in sand. You cannot say, no, 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 this is how I was taught. And as such, I'm not going to move. What's going to happen is going to be like in the book where you have Who Moved My Cheese? The world is changing and you are stuck in a spot. What's going to happen is that you will not be part of that change. You'll be left behind. And because we have new technologies, institutions, educators, you have to now focus on investing in that. You have to focus on upskilling. You can't be saying that the children in school now are familiar with use of phones, they know how to move around technology, move around apps, and the people who are educating them have not caught on or even understood what is happening in that space. Next slide. There also needs to be a review of the school's curriculum. I cannot stress this enough. We can't be using yesterday's template to teach tomorrow's uh, personnel. You cannot still be stuck in the times where the books of old. So we are talking. Let me use another example. You're talking of fine arts. A lot of us when we're in school used to do pencils, drawing, and and drawing sheets. Now you have computer aided diagrams during art class. ICTs. It's not only Corel Draw that we focus on. There's also coding. There's also coding. A lot of you would have heard about robotics and all of that. Those are some of the expansions. And maybe I'm only referencing things in the science or STEM space, but I can tell you that things have changed over time, right? You, um, if most teachers are going to be interviewed by HR people today, let's even say we want them to come take a subject within the organization. Some teachers are not positioned for those interviews because they've not gone beyond the scope of work that they are teaching in classes. How are you making sure that you are keeping abreast of changes within the technology space? And technology affects everything. Next slide. Schools and institutions must, of course, invest in these programs. um, it's not enough for us to point the fingers at teachers. The schools and the institutions behind them, we've spoken about curriculum change and all of that. Schools now have to put up budgets that capture these things. You can't rely and say, oh, teachers go do it on your own. You have to be committed. If organizations mark budgets for training, development, learning on the job, stretch assignments, and everything, schools also have to invest in it. You can't, in the world today, be saying that you want to churn out students who are not keenly aware of the changes in technology when everything around us is currently being um, you know, supported or, excuse me, supported or enhanced by technology. We're talking about AI, AR earlier on. In medicine, there are things called telemedicine. In agriculture, there's mechanized farming. So it does mean that there's a lot of change that's happened. Now, I'm moving on to the next slide. I do hope I'm not moving on too fast. Um, I hope that everyone, because sometimes I get carried away, I talk fast and I just get straight into the gist. All right, we're moving. Thank you very much. Fantastic. So what it does mean is that schools now need to build resourcefulness of students. Um, when I wrote this, what came to mind is a phrase that I like to reference a lot when I'm in the office. I say thinking out of the box. Thinking out of the box, basically, you're talking about being creative, being intuitive, design thinking, focusing more on what else can I do differently? Innovation, those are the words that come to mind. We need now to start building resourcefulness beyond sitting in the class, reading back to back, page to page, front page to back cover. What else? And what this ability, someone put it is as the ability to connect the dots. Remember that you're not just building, I think I referenced it before, you're not just building children or students for a workplace. It's good to do that, but you're also trying to, you're building job creators. We have moved past the era of saying you have to work for somebody. Oh, there's nothing wrong. But remember, I mentioned that in people's careers going forward, you will start to see people who would have close to 7 careers in the course of their lifespan. What that means is that you have to leverage on a lot of connection, on a lot of connecting the dots. Our curriculum is heavier on teaching chapter by chapter. Please listen to this. And subject by subject. But you and I know in the world today, business problems does not come in chapters or subject. And it's evident around the world with everything that we're dealing with, from politics to business to to environment to, you know, there's so many things affecting us. Business problems does not come in chapters or subjects. And as such, what it means is that educators need to build some subjects and and courses, that will help students learn to bring the knowledge of different subjects together. So you're studying mathematics, fundamental maths, you're studying history, geography, economics, or whatever course it is, you're studying computer science. How do you connect the dots? How do you ensure that there is knowledge, a broad, wide range of knowledge that cuts across this subject, so that if I were in a project management team, I can leverage on those subjects and courses and the knowledge I picked up from that to apply in solving a problem. Let's move on to the next slide. Beyond, now we're going beyond the classroom. Education is about more than just preparing people for work. And I think we've said this many times. It should inspire and help develop lifelong interest. I watched a video where children in about, I think they were in year 10, being asked which subject was their favorite, what they enjoyed about school. It was interviews, and most of them were saying, like, I really know what I'm going to do with this particular subject, that they did in maybe math or science or biology. They couldn't articulate or even see beyond the book, the school work. We need to now change the narrative that education is meant to inspire and develop lifelong interest, which definitely will enrich our lives and the lives of people around us. It also should equip young people for the skills they will need to live fulfilling and productive lives, and ensure that when indeed they leave formal education, rather than leaping into a void into the void, they are able to take the next step in confidence. I don't even believe that we leave, well, you leave formal education because maybe you are in the four walls of school, but in the world of work, you are still constantly learning. You have to continuously learn to be a person of value, right? Next slide. This picture just shows the future of work. A few years ago, we used to talk about the future of work as if it was somewhere very far. It was maybe 2050. I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the future of work is here. We are currently in the future of work. You can see from the picture, there's a lot of automation. If you count the number of people in this picture, while there's so much going on in the background, I think there are only two human beings I can see. I'm sure you can see that picture, but you can see the machines doing things. Some of us have been scared over the years saying, oh, AI, it seems AI is going to take us out of a job. Maybe not. I don't believe so. Will some jobs change? Oh, yes. Will some jobs go obsolete? Yes. However, how we position ourselves will now determine whether AI will serve as a catalyst or AI will serve as something that enhances. Next slide, please. All right. The next slide also shows another picture, which is from the Society of Human Resource Management. And basically, what this tells us is 6 top skills that the future workplace, and when I say future, future is now. Your first one is adaptability. How do you adapt to the workplace? Second one, and many people that work with me will tell you that this is something I always demand from everybody. Thinking out of the box, critical thinking. How do you apply solutions to problems when you are faced in the workplace? Are you waiting for your manager to tell you, oh, move this glass from one place to the other? Or are you able to leverage on things around you in solving a problem? Tech savviness. You cannot be in the world of work today. And when I say world of work, it doesn't always have to be a formal, you're working for Shell, Chevron, TBC Communications. You could have your own company, that your own business or your own ideology. You could be an entrepreneur. That's for our children I'm speaking about. But even for the teachers on this call, you have to be tech savvy. And I'm not saying you have to be like Tom Cruise was in Minority Report. I don't know if many people remember that movie where there was this screen and he was moving things with his fingers, and then you could move one part. That's not, that dashboard, but that's what AI looks like, right? But the basic things, understanding how technology works, understanding how technology is impacting our workplace, understanding how technology is easing work, you have to be tech savvy. Number four is leadership and influence. And ladies and gentlemen, it is not until you become an adult that we start going for leadership courses. These things can start to be crafted from when people are young. How are you giving people the opportunity to grow? The child in class that doesn't talk a lot, how are you empowering that child? He or she doesn't need to be the best talker or orator like some of us that keep talking and are talking here. But the point is, how are you instilling the right values, the right morals, the right skills, confidence? How are you upskilling that individual or that child so that in the next few years when they get into the workplace, the demand on them to be a leader, and being a leader doesn't necessarily mean you have to be the CEO. Leadership means taking charge, understanding the strengths of others, leveraging on the strengths of others, and influencing positively. The fifth one is creativity and innovation. You have to always be innovative. The world of work today, it thrives on innovation. Many companies that have been doing business a certain way hundreds of years before, they are still in business because they embrace creativity and because they constantly innovate. And of course, the last one in this slide says active learning, which is why I said even when you go out of the four walls of schools, and everyone on this call needs to imbibe this. How are you upskilling? How do you ensure that you are learning daily, every day, right? Next slide. I thought it was important to share this because it speaks to my next slide, which is we have different generations in the workplace. Greatest generation, well, I don't think many people still are alive from that generation in our workplaces today. You have a silent generation, you still see a lot of that. Baby boom generation, Generation X are the ones between 1965 to 1980. Millennials, as we usually would call them, 1981 to 1996, and then the Gen Zs that a lot of people are still trying to understand their work style and everything, right? Those are the ones we call Gen Zs, the woke generation, right? Born between 1997 to 2009. Now, next slide will explain to you why I'm bringing this up in the context of our conversation. The people who are next, who are the ones we are really going to start focusing on, right? Are the ones that ADAGE identified in 2019, the kids born after 2010. And those are the ones we call the Gen Alpha. These are the first generation of kids who will never know a time when social media didn't exist. They can't. They don't know it. Go into history. 2010. They don't know anything else that. And when you tell them stories, they look at you like, how? How did you not have social media? And they are far more technically savvy than any generation. They are far more technically savvy than even the Gen Zs that we call the woke generation. Therefore, it is a powerful tool that can change humanity in a myriad of positive ways. Do we understand what we're saying, right? Next slide. So, if we now want to close the gap between classroom and the workplace, if we are committed to closing the gap, we've said yes, there's a gap, and we're committed to closing the gap. It means that all stakeholders, and all stakeholders, once again, is not just teachers we're pointing at, all stakeholders, educators, society, the workplace, everybody must play a role. First step for the schools. Next slide. You can move to the next slide. First key element I will always say is flexibility. We cannot remain rigid in the world of work today. Flexibility allows you to evaluate our curriculum, the curriculum, and therefore spot areas in which industry preparedness can be weaved in organically. This is not the time to shy away from the workplace, teachers, educators. This is not the time to say, I'm not interested. I don't want to have a conversation with them. They're different. We're all in this together. Traditional educational models are already becoming less relevant. If we're going to be honest, check how we are able to sustain interest in our classrooms. How many children zone out when we're just sharing a lot of talks, telling them to just go right? How have we identified the different skills and yearnings of the different children? Because we're saying that they're becoming less relevant as workplaces, our workplaces prioritize different skill sets in order to build the most productive teams. As such, schools need to recognize that to give their students the best chance for success, they now need to make sure that they are providing trainings. Remember, I mentioned trainings that leverages the surrounding reality and reflects the future that your students will face. Are you just teaching your students because you want them to leave school, or you're actually teaching your students so that they can face a future and succeed in that future? Next slide. Schools and institutions that offer more forward-thinking training and potential partnerships with industry leaders will always find themselves at the forefront of teaching excellence. Go check it out. It's not enough to say, oh, I have a school, we're doing. Position yourselves, partner with institutions, partner with companies, partner with individuals that will assist you in providing forward-thinking training. At educational level, teachers also have to view business with less suspicion and find ways of working with it. The jokes around this, where you have teachers invited to a forum with a lot of organizations, right? Students, a lot of companies, CEOs, business leaders in the room, and some of the teachers shied away from shaking hands when introduced to, the business leaders. And you wonder why. We all went through a school system. If anything, the respect is always there. But you also have to trust is a symbiotic relationship. Yes, Adebayo, partnership. You can't shy away from it. You're preparing children for somewhere. So why would you remove yourself from those people that you are sending your children to be with, right? Next slide. So teachers have to view business with less suspicion and find ways of working with it. Now, what's the role of the society and workplace? We now need to talk internships and work placements. And when I say internships, a lot of us just say, oh, people finish from maybe when they're in the university, they go and do a 3-month internship. I believe it can start earlier. It can start years earlier, where you already start understudying a system. You're exposing your children to the different interest areas. Because what I've found, and I've been invited to different schools to teach children in the transitioning phase, right? When I say transitioning, between year 9 and year 10. And I've been brought into the room to talk about what do you want to do with yourself. I don't focus on you want to be a doctor, you want to be a teacher. Oh, that's fine. You want to be a lawyer, you want to be a digital marketer, and all. There's so many new job titles out there. I'm saying you need to first find who you are. And we have many resources now, personality testing, career crafting, and all those things, just to even assess what your interests are. What we can do to support that is provide internships and work placements so that they're already exploring and seeing how to play in that space, right? And that is empowering. It's part of the achievements and milestones and can be invaluable for helping students explore options. So instead of getting frustrated that your student has not shown an interest in a particular subject, if they've already been exposed to the work space, it makes it easier for them to explore the options of those subjects, whether they pursue it in as higher education, and of course determine the goals for the future. At policy level, the government, and when I say government, across the globe, needs to consider what qualification really means in the 21st century. And many institutions have already started reviewing this. What does qualification mean? Technical skills, you went to the four walls of a university or a polytechnic, or you learned on the job. What exactly does qualification mean on the job? Next slide. Now, we could take the HR skills of mentoring and coaching into the classroom. And that's one of the reasons why this is an area that's so passionate to me. If there's one thing the business can do immediately and inexpensively in closing this gap is to actually go into schools and inspire. I was in a secondary school a few weeks ago, I think it's about 3 weeks ago, and we're talking about things ranging from growth, workplace skills, career, with a set of children who were in year 10 and year 11. And you can see from even the questions they were asking and a lot of insights that was shared, this is something that more schools, or rather more companies, more businesses, more individuals need to be involved in. For us as employers also, we need to roll up our sleeves and get involved in mentoring, apprenticeships, and providing career information and guidance. Do children who are still playing around but with a vision of what to do in the next few years, do they have access to information about the pros, the cons, the energies they need to dissipate, the work they need to do in building a particular trajectory in a career field? Employers also need to develop sustainable relationships with schools, not just ad hoc ones, because you see a lot of companies that just do some because of a CSR report. No, it has to be sustainable. Can you continue over the time and years? Businesses need to build trust, and coaches or mentors need to become regular figures within the academic environment, not just dip in and dip out. So people need to look up to people in other industries and say, oh, while he or she is not a teacher, there's a conduit, right, where you can move in and move out accordingly. Next slide. I think we're moving swiftly. The consequences to the society and economy of not closing this gap indeed are severe. And I know that this session is quite I think it's a timely one, and I wish that we can do more of this in different platforms and all of that. But if young people haven't gotten the first move on the job ladder by 24, and this is data that can be confirmed, I tell you that they will suffer the consequences for the rest of their lives. And this was also cited by the CEO of Private Equity Foundation. By 24, if you've not moved up, you've not started building, whether it's job or your own personal entrepreneur career path and all of that, some will never work. And what that means ultimately is that we, society, teachers, educators, schools, we have failed in providing a pool, a ready, a upskilled and available pool for the workforce. Therefore, the consensus is that in connecting the dots, in closing the gap between classroom and education, which is why you're having this session, there is a need to start earlier with children. A lot of mistakes people think is that, oh, let them get into university, then they are crafted. No, the early days is actually where we need to invest in. We therefore need to start earlier. We need to foster relationships between teachers and local businesses by including mentoring. We need to put more emphasis on teaching children today about the workplace today and the type of skills that are required. Don't say that I'm just teaching them math, I'm just teaching them science, I'm teaching them English comprehension, I'm doing my part, chemistry. How is that knowledge transferable to equip them for the workplace today and the future? Because I think sometimes we think that getting into the workplace for children who are age 10, 11, for example, is so far away. It's here. And how, most importantly, can we help parents and children understand, these responsibilities a bit better or differently? These are the things that I'm leaving you with. And with that, I would say thank you very much. I've come to the end of my session. I'm open to questions if there are any. Thank you very much.
Adebayo, I think your sound is down. We can't hear you. All right, while Adebayo tries to get his sound back there, Miss Kemi, oh my gosh, that was just amazing. I've made so much notes. I don't know where to start. But I think that one of the things that stood out is this a repetition of what we heard yesterday, and I'm so glad Adebayo posted that in the chat. It's that word partnership. And it is platforms like this. It is having interactions like these. This is what partnerships are built on. And this is why this is so important, because there's so many things that you've mentioned that really just takes us out into the scary reality of what we are faced with yet. Taking us through the different age groups, the baby boomers and all of that. And yes, it's alarming to think where you fit in. But in the past, we were the knowledge gatekeepers. We come from a generation where the teacher was the knowledge gatekeeper, and you were the one that provided access to the world. And now I love that the title is Connecting the Dots, because I feel like that's where we are now. We simply have to lead learners to connecting the dots. And once they are able to connect those dots, they get to become learning managers like we do, in the same way that we do, because it's not just up to the teacher anymore. The learner gets to be his or her own learning manager as well. So it's delivering those connections that helps us to catapult into the future that faces us. And like you also mentioned, it's not chapter by chapter going to unfold. Some things just happen to us while we are still preparing for the future. So inspirational. I'm so happy you referenced the book, Who Moved My Cheese? I think I can attest to the fact that it's Adebayo that moved my cheese and the reason why I am here today. You have to be inspired by people who are able to lead you somewhere. And I think this is what we are speaking about.
Thank you so much, Teresa. Well done. That's a beautiful summary. Thanks for the feedback. Thank you
You
so
did
much.
so well. Thank you very much for the valuable information.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I hope you can hear me now. I think it should be better.
Yes, yes.
Okay, great. So I'll just take one or two questions so that we can let's get me go. We shouldn't keep her too long. Yeah, you see, I intentionally put this last slide on the screen because this last slide is very powerful. Is very powerful. I hope that one day um, we'll be able to get this message across to some high level stakeholders and they will be able to hear these things. But I'm glad again that you mentioned that you were at a school a few weeks back. And again, it appears that it's the change is there, it's happening. The change is there, it's happening. And thank you for your keen interest in K to 12 and bridging that gap, as an HRS back. Allow me to read this last slide again. It says that okay, one sec. Oh, oh, wait. Yeah, the consensus is to. Oh, something is blocking my view here.
I can read it for you. Do you want me to read it
Okay,
out?
yes, please, if you can.
All right. So it says that the consensus is that we are to close the gap, is that if we are to close the gap between the classroom and education, we need to start earlier with children, foster relationships between teachers and local businesses,
Hmm.
including mentoring,
Hmm.
put more emphasis on teaching children about today's workplace and the
Hmm.
type of skills required, and
Hmm.
most importantly, help
Hmm.
parents and children to understand their responsibilities.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for that. Would you like to, shed more light on practically, what school leaders are listening and teachers are listening can do in establishing this partnership? Maybe one, two, three steps that you think that they can take, where they can go to, what they can do, just to begin to build that relationship and begin to meet HR experts like yourself, and and yeah, what they need to do.
Okay, so and it swings both sides. So for some companies or organizations, you typically, I mentioned that where we said sometimes you focus only on your CSR, ticking your
Mm,
CSR objectives. Companies will reach out to schools within um, their communities, their local
mm,
communities, and share. Oh, they want to come for one day event. Um,
mm,
Maybe they want to do a speaking engagement, or Had a Girl initiative, or there's so many options, right?
mm,
So in some instances, the organizations make the move. Now, what I would suggest in those instances, that is already an opening for the school. And beyond the school asking, oh, we want funds for this, don't focus so much on funds, because some
mm,
individuals or companies will, of course, typically give you funds for things, but focus on how can we enhance the relationship. So if that school reached out, I mean, if the organization reached out to you, you can also have a list of things that, you know, and I'll use an example. So we went to, I find I've been in a lot of schools recently. I guess when you're passionate about something, you just find yourself in that position. So at TVC Communications, we have a women's network that was launched a few years ago. We call it the TVC Women's Network. And through the Women's Network, there are many projects we try to run, which starts from even girls in secondary schools. So let me not bore you. We have many projects, but there's one that stands out in relation to your question. So we had, it's called the Pad a Girl Initiative. And there was a World Menstrual Day, which was celebrated in, was that June or July? I've mixed up my dates, but yeah. So we went. The initiative was that the women of the network, we organized a day for the girls, about 500 plus girls, and we had this 4 hour set, was even maybe 3 hour seminar. There was a talk about menstrual hygiene and what have you, and then they were giving sanitary towels. Now, where I'm going to, the principal of the school made sure that most of the teachers were in attendance in that session, part one. For me, that stood out. It wasn't just send the kids
mm,
to a room and let them talk to them. No, they were part of it and they participated. He also, the principal, was male, sat in the session and addressed the school. Then, when we were talking and conversing after the session, he came to meet me and said, you know what? I want some of our students to have access to coming to the, your organization. He's trying to do this thing where students also are cleaning their community.
mm,
That's outside of the school learning. Cleaning up is not a big deal, if you get my point. But he wanted them to start learning skills about helping others, cleaning up
mm,
after yourself. And he was saying that they've said what he wants us to do is give them days in a quarter where those detail maybe about 20 children to come around, tidy up the compound. He wanted them to start learning the benefits of community service.
mm.
Those are the things that we need to. I'm using this example a bit different, but we need to start identifying the organizations in our environment. Don't wait for
Yeah.
organizations to be the ones only to write to you. We want your children to come and apply for this. We do a female debate championship also. Don't wait. All the organizations in the environment write a letter, ask
Mm.
that you want to meet with them. But like I said, sometimes I'm sorry to say this, it's not generic feedback, but in instances, it seems some. I know that there's a lot of work being done, but some teachers, some administrators shy away from engagement, from
Mm.
partner, and they stand on the
Mm.
side of we wait for them to come. We'll bet no, reach out. If you know you're invested in, remember that the children you're teaching, you're not teaching them just for them to leave your school.
Yeah.
You want, i'm not a I'm not a teacher, as it were. I'm not a, but I see myself as an educator in a different way, and I know the
Mm.
kind of pride I feel when people that I have coached or a mentor come back and tell me, oh, you taught me this thing and that is why I'm doing it better. And I'm like, wow, that's me. So imagine a teacher who has spent years through the educational system. How will you feel if tomorrow you look up and your student is a CEO of a Fortune 500 company, is a CEO or is the MD or is a CFO or is it head of HR or is a top medical doctor performing surgeries? Pride. Or they're at an
Mm.
economic session summit and your student is dishing out, providing innovation, innovative suggestions. We're talking about fuel
Mm.
subsidy in Nigeria now. Imagine looking up and seeing a panel filled up with people that you taught, creating ideas, creating opportunities. So do not wait for the company to come to you. Wait for Mohammed to go to the mountain, yeah, all of that. You reach out, send letters, articulate what you want.
Mm.
Start small from, we just want to invite you for our PTO meeting, or we want you, rather, our children's, we have a session. They did that with me. The other school I mentioned, my daughter's school, they wrote to me and said they wanted me to come talk to
Mm.
them about career planning and all of those things. I felt I was elated. Those are the things we need to start doing.
Mm. Mm. Absolutely. Thank you very much for that practical example. Yeah. So, to all of our audience, I believe you have a clue. I think one thing I see from this again is that there's a window. There's a window, and this window is open. There is access. And it's just that many people have not seen it. But again, Kemi is opening our eyes to see again that this thing is there. It's open. I mean, it's very, very possible, and it's time to start leveraging on it. And I think that as we think about holistic education, we cannot remove people like Kemi. We cannot remove people like of course, what happens, we cannot take them out of the equation. It's just not possible. If we keep doing that, we keep widening the gap. And the less we do that, the more we engage, the more we are closing the gap, the more we're closing the gap, and the more we are offering students holistic education. It's no longer the responsibility of just the K-12 school. So thank you so much, Kemi. Thank you for sharing this with us. This is great. This is It's an honor to have an HR expert come speak to us. This is so valuable, and this is so heavy. I want you to know that we in this conference intentionally part of what we also wanted to do was to celebrate individuals. If this was a physical conference, you will have seen me coming with a plague, coming to you. Yeah, we wanted to bring to the spotlight and also see individuals who are very passionate about education development, who are doing great things. I'm so excited that you are now visiting a lot of schools, and of course, I'm going to come after you after this conference on that one.
Okay.
We'll come on that one.
I'll be waiting for my plaque in the mail. I'll be waiting for
All
my
right,
plaque.
all right, all right. Sure.
Well
Thank you so
deserved.
much for your time. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your time. I'm sure after this conference, you're going to get a lot of feedback from our audience, talking about the presentation, and and how this has been so valuable to them. Thank you so much once again for your time, Kemi. Thank you
Thank
so much.
you.
A
Thank you
lot.
so much,
Thank
Adibayo. I
you.
really
Good luck
appreciate it.
for the
Lovely
future.
meeting you, Teresa. Love your beret. I'm going to copy it. I've taken a picture.
Sure. Absolutely. You were welcome to do so.
Thank you.
You'll come in
Thank
the
you.
mail with a plaque.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, so that was mind blowing, Teresa. That was powerful. Um,
It was, it
yeah,
was
that was
indeed.
powerful.
It was indeed. It was indeed.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
see Miss Kim, Miss Sally in the comments there, saying, "I'm so glad this is recorded. You have addressed critical issues. I will share it with my network." And that gives us great excitement, because that's what this is all about. We're networking.
yeah,
That's what we're doing. We're forming partnerships,
yeah,
because that is the aim. And if we want to see this world that we aspiring to create, it starts with those of us that are willing to do the work on the ground. And yeah, if we connect the dots with the correct people,
yeah,
then we will be able to create that kind of society. And that excites me, because I think for us, those of you that don't know us yet or haven't had any interaction with us, our aim is to make the kind of education, the valuable, authentic education needed for the future. We want to make that accessible for everybody, not just a certain group of society. So, any other comments? Please feel free to share in the chat. We are eager to interact with you.
yeah. Absolutely, absolutely. Many thanks to our audience, everyone listening, both from YouTube and also from LinkedIn. Thank you for hanging on. There's still more to come. We've got three more sessions today, three more powerful sessions today. I tell you, you don't want to miss these sessions, right? You don't want to miss our speakers. But right about now, we're going to move into a learner spotlight session. Yesterday we had one, and we had Namia, and today we have another learner spotlight session. And this time around, we have a student, Okpemipo. Um, Okpemipo is a year 10 student, a year 10 student from Linden High School in Canada. I'll tell you a bit about Okpemipo before I bring him to the podium, and before he goes ahead and takes his presentation and shows us the project and the many things he has worked on. So he reached out to me on LinkedIn. Remember again, I met Namia on LinkedIn. I met Okpemipo too on LinkedIn. That's a message, right? You see, high school students, and I think that just like Kemi said, remember when he started our presentation, he talked about the fact that the reason for the gap is because of the tool we choose to use in justifying learning, because of it, which is exam, right? So now, as long as we keep using exam as a tool to justify learning, we keep widening the gap. We keep widening the gap. We keep widening that skill gap. We keep widening that skill gap. And so we preach about schools, um, you know, reventing assessment and making the assessment authentic, right? So, and part of what you can see, if you look at NAMI and Open that will be coming up, you find high school students on LinkedIn, and now there are a lot of them. There's one more person that should join us, but she couldn't join. Naomi. I guess you guys will get to meet her later. She's from Nigeria. There are a lot of them. There are a lot of them. A lot of high schools, and of course, that should become like a norm. And again, talking about the future, this will become the norm, because the world we live in today is not secluding kids from impact. Impact is not it is not only adults that have the monopoly of impact. Impact is not tied to age, as we see today. We see many kids who are now stepping forward and now doing things, who are now taking responsibility. And for example, in Africa, in our continent, that's where we want to be. We want to see every child becoming an agent. We want to take them from students to agents.
Correct.
Um, and that's what we're saying. As we look at the future of K to 12, as we look at preparing our kids for the future, we see that that's another aspect that K-12 needs to work on, right? So you see high school students on LinkedIn, they are networking, right? And as Kemi said, talking about reviewing our subject, what we call subject in K to 12.
Mhm.
And I dare to say it again, that the era of math, geography, that era as that era has of focusing on those things as the subject, that era has gone. Now we need
Yes.
to have subjects like networking.
Yes.
Now we need to have subjects. Yeah, a lot of that. We need to have subjects like that. We need to have subjects like cyber security, because of the
Mhm.
times that we're living in a digital society. We need to have those needs to become the subject. I call it making the skills as the subject. Like these skills, like the one Kemi mentioned from the Society of Human Resource Management, those 6 skills, right? They have to become the subject. The skills have to become the subject because indeed they are the subject. When we take away skills as the subject, then we keep offering something that is not the real thing that is needed because it's all about skills for the society. So I'm going to be bringing up Okwemiko shortly, and he's going to take us on a journey. I told you I met him on LinkedIn, and then he asked to interview me. So think about that, right? He asked to have an interview with me. So he wanted to understand some things I was doing, and that's what Kemo was talking about. Yeah, that's it. He wanted to
But,
understand. It
but
was
even think about Namya, a grade 11 student who has now
yeah,
created lessons for teachers and
yeah,
who has interaction with teachers to school them on how to be more engaging or interactive in class. So
mm,
that's a
mm,
flip around. That's
yeah,
a flip from
yeah,
what we are used to, and I think
yeah,
that's why this is valuable, because this is what we're talking about now. Education does not need to look like it did in the past. We're changing the narrative. We're changing the
mm,
way things are done, and
mm,
the value that you have, the skills that you have, the wisdom, the knowledge, it is yours to share. It no longer needs to be held or protected as
yeah,
your knowledge, because
yeah,
if you think about it, if like Kemi mentioned, if any given pupil is going to have 7 different careers in his
mm,
or her lifetime, certainly that speaks to a different kind of skill set that you need to
mm,
be able to tap into in order to be effective. So I think
mm.
that's why this is so important.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much, Teresa, for amplifying that. Um, Yeah, so we're here and the journey continues. So I'm going to bring up a poem for shortly. Guys, please get ready to meet the poem because it's going to be explosive. Um, yeah, so, okay. Yeah, hi, Okwemepo.
Hello, hi.
Hello,
Hi.
Pemiko, and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's our pleasure. We're excited to have you here. Um, yeah, so Opemiko, we're going to step down so that you can also introduce yourself to our audience, and then you can just get right into your presentation. Do you want to share your slides from your end?
Yeah, I'll
Just
see if I could do that first.
yeah, yeah. Please do, and then I will just. Oh yeah, yeah. I got it. Yeah, it's right here. Yeah, it's right here.
Perfect.
So we are going to leave the podium for you.
And you take over.
Okay, so I guess I'll start with a quick introduction. My name is Opamipo Odunto. I'm 16 years old and I live in Winnipeg, Manitoba, which is in the center of Canada. It's very cold here, contrary to my home country, Nigeria, from which I immigrated with my parents back in 2009. My contact information is here on the screen, but I'm sure I'll make it available for you at the end of my presentation if you wish to speak with me some more. And I'll also have some details posted at the end of my presentation as well. So first things first, yes, my slides are visible. Okay. So a defining characteristic of me is my love for innovation. I believe innovation drives progress and progress is good. And I've seen this as a great occupation of my time outside of activities like school. Being on the edge of the latest technologies in fields like AI, medicine, or even fintech has been a really big interest of mine for the past year or so. In the process, I made a lot of friends, expanded my network and reach, and also built a ton of projects, some of which I'll be sharing with you all today. So the first project I'd actually like to share about is an AI project I built a while back with some inspiration from a TED Talk I heard about this thing called metabolites. Metabolites, in a nutshell, are the biological molecules that are part of the different chemical reactions that happen in our body to keep us alive. It's derived from the term metabolism, which is focused on how our body metabolites different substances such as food. A great example of some metabolites are the ones created and used after and during our digestion. Glucose is a great example. Without delving too deep into the science, essentially what happens whenever we eat carbohydrates and our food goes through different processes involving enzymes that break down our food into usable materials for metabolic processes, Glucose is a product that is used to give us energy. That's just one example of how metabolites are used inside our bodies. To approach this topic, I had to step back from my interest in biology and focus on what the actual problem I wished to solve was. One thing I learned over time regarding like solving problems is the importance of being intentional about picking a problem to solve. You can put in the same amount of effort into different areas and have high impact in one area and low impact in another area. By optimizing oneself to focus on the things that really matter to us and the people around us, we can determine if we're spending our time properly. One of the best metrics for a good problem to solve is one that motivates you to get out of bed to work on it every single morning. Even though sometimes we may be misled by our interests and other things around us, the worst case scenario is that we learn something new and then we move on to the next project. I've had a lot of wise mentors throughout my life that have taught me that by being myself and creating what is truly interesting to me, I can naturally help others. By working on problems you actually care about, your passion alone carries a lasting impact that can foster great things. I think this mindset is really important when approaching any sort of problem. So I focused in on a recurring problem that I found to be common when addressing the topic of metabolites, which was namely metabolite identification. How do we identify the billions of metabolites that are tied to the complex networks of medical conditions and other things within our body? And how do we do so quickly? The potential for using metabolites for treatment and diagnostics of various diseases has been explored for up to a decade or more. But this simple problem makes it difficult for the field to make rapid advancements. Indicated above is a common process associated with metabolite identification. It's a long and tedious process, and unfortunately, when I built my solution, I couldn't account for the other levels of paperwork and other things associated with ensuring that the data surrounding metabolites were documented properly. I focused on working with the mass bank database to develop a model that was focused on machine matching a set of unknown metabolites to a set of metabolites in a database using a neural network. Now, I won't get into the specifics on how a neural network specifically works, but to summarize what the model did, it focused on using an algorithm involving attempted identification and then performed simple backpropagation to help the model fix its mistakes. Throughout this process, the model was able to iteratively improve on itself and get better and better at identifying commonalities between the data associated with the metabolites. My biggest problem while trying to build this was definitely figuring out how to work with the data. This was my first time ever having to work with a database where all the pre-processing steps weren't just laid out in front of me. I had to get into the dirty work with figuring out what each portion of the data actually did and understanding how to put it in a form that was usable for training my AI model. It was a really tough experience, but I learned a lot throughout the process. Friction in the creation process fosters growth and learning. And the most important thing, no matter what stage you are in innovation or in life in general, is to always have a mindset oriented towards learning new things and gaining a deeper and deeper understanding of the things you do and the new things that are evolving around you. Without this constant curiosity, mankind couldn't reach the level it is at right now. And without this continued level of curiosity, mankind can't progress any further, moving into an unforeseen future. Another key thing that helps this process is getting into the right help. I like to give an honorable mention first to my dad, who helped me debug problems with my AI models, and second to my mom and brother, who always have been supportive throughout all my ventures and innovations such as this one. I also had a few friends that have tried to help me with programs, and the point is, what happens is when you can benefit a lot from fostering deep and meaningful relationships while also expanding your network. The following QR code, as well as a link below, gives you access to the GitHub repository where this project is hosted in case you're interested in looking at the code. One of the evolving forms of entertainment that has been growing in popularity within the last century or so has been video games. More recently, with the pandemic that happened, more and more people are turning towards competing online with either themselves or online players to test their skills, getting higher scores in various video games. With the rise of more video game players, there's also been a large rise in the number of indie game developers and game development studios as well. A large number of those studios decide to work with something similar to the style of the image displayed on the screen, pixel art. There's a number of reasons why people decide to work with pixel art. One of those reasons being its low computing cost, and another thing being aesthetic. Being someone who's developed a video game in the past, I know how difficult it is to make pixel art. For context, please observe the following image. If you can't guess what it is, which you probably couldn't, it's a poor attempt of me trying to use my hands to create something that was slightly visually pleasing. I produced a very scrappy image of what you might want to call a dinosaur. If you haven't caught on, my drawings looks kind of like how farts after a bowl of beans smell. In short, they're bad. And unfortunately, I failed so far to cultivate the skills to take me to a new level of quality for my video games. It's been really inhibiting for me when designing video games, and I found out a ton of my friends also had the same experience. Now, if you remember anything about what I said like a minute ago about picking the right problem, this ties deeply into that. I was able to successfully combine my interests in AI and game development together to create the ultimate project for me, which was an AI pixel art generation model. I call this model Pixel GPT. If you're ever looking at models like DALL-E and Stable Diffusion, they usually tend to produce higher definition images such as this one. This is one of the early results from a new version of Pixel GPT that I'm creating currently using the PyTorch framework. The prompt indicated below is frogs on stilts. I'm not sure why I decided to produce an image of frogs on stilts, but it seemed like a vibe at the time. So you can see like, this is a frog here, this is a frog here, this is kind of a frog. But anyway, while models like DALL-E and Stable Diffusion are more focused on generating art with high definition and details, my model was focused on creating lower resolution images that were practical for use in things like video games. And an example of a result that includes pixel art characteristics is something that looks like this. The prompt for this image was a woman with brown hair with a swampy background. Why are images like this practical? Well, there are many applications for pixel art, the main ones being game development, animation, and digital art, which can range anywhere from NFTs to icon design for web applications and much, much more. These are just a few examples of the different applications of pixel art. The popularity of the pixel art form has grown in recent years, and there are many other software tools and apps available specifically for creating pixel art, but none out there are specifically for creating practical and usable pixel art assets based solely on text prompts that you enter into the program. With this type of technology, the only limitation to your artistic ventures would be your imagination. Truly remarkable. This passion for creating something that would not only be helpful to me, but also be helpful to millions of others worldwide while being interesting was what drove me to pursue this project. So the third and final project I want to talk about is actually a pretty unique one that is completely moving away from the space of AI and machine learning. This project was focused on treating a common medical phenomenon that I believe many of you might be familiar with, allergies. So in case you don't know, allergies are focused or caused by the introduction of an allergen to the immune system, triggering several reactions, leading to the release of antibodies, which trigger mast cell-based release of histamine, and histamine causes all sorts of symptoms associated with allergies, such as itchiness, watery eyes, vomiting, swelling, nasal congestion, coughing, and much, much more. I originally decided to tackle this problem as part of a hackathon with some good friends of mine, and it was a huge learning experience and a great forcing function for me to delve into a space I wasn't actually very familiar with. Hackathons are like essentially competitions where teams are put together with the goal of developing and pitching an idea or prototype as fast as possible within a specific given span of time. They're a great experience for those that want to develop an idea or product to a point where it's actually like a prototype or something usable in an environment where they can put early feedback together fast. And this experience is invaluable for those that are trying to pump out new innovations as quickly as possible. The solution my team and I developed during that hackathon was focused on the use of synthetic aptamers to mitigate histamine production by binding to the antibodies released during an allergic reaction, preventing them from triggering the release of histamine when they synthesize. Essentially, when the things that are supposed to trigger an allergic reaction come along, our pill would come in with its synthetic aptamers, which are just bundled up RNA, and it would just attach to it, preventing it from sticking onto the things that would trigger a histamine release, thus preventing an allergic reaction. Without getting too much into the details, this was supposed to be administered in the form of a pill as shown above. This project really challenged my team, and I too think it challenged my team and I to think outside of the box and tackle unique problems with unique perspectives. The biggest differentiator between this project and all the other ones I've done in the past is definitely the actual execution of the idea. I find that software-based solutions, all it really involves is a decent computer and some somewhat basic coding skills, in all honesty. Whereas with medical-based solutions, it's actually usually entails a lot more. That's why expected release of this product is going to take a lot longer than originally intended. My process for taking this project from hackathon idea to an actual project, which is composed of about three major sections. First is, of course, the preclinical research. We've gotten a start on that, but essentially where the fundamental research that's supposed to be done without a lab is done. After this phase, I focus on preclinical trials, where experimentation is done in a lab on a very small scale with the first individual enzymes and substrates that make up the experiment, and then it's scaled up to larger, more complex organisms like multicellular organisms or just single cellular organisms, and then eventually humans. This leads into stage 3, where we can focus on partnering with local pharmacies to take this through all the other clinical phases with complex organisms based testing before moving on to marketing and selling the project either to a larger pharmaceutical body or privately through our own startup. Okay, so that's somewhat of a basic wrap of all the projects that I've worked on. A few key takeaways I want to leave you all with today would be 1, the importance of doing what's interesting to you. 2 would be the importance of doing proper research on the problem you're trying to solve. 3 would be not being afraid to do hard things. 4, being open-minded and solution-oriented. If you can develop a solution-oriented mindset that's focused on trying to make the things around you better, you can really do great things. Though the real benefit is truly in execution. Above every other thing you ever focus on, execution should be your number one priority. It's what takes whatever you're working on, whatever idea you have, from 0 to 1. A quote by John Dewar, an American investor, states that ideas are easy, execution is everything. So many great ideas come to life, but aren't put into execution. And it's those that are put into execution that see the real success. And that's the fruit that we see in a lot of the successful people that we see all around us. And truly, hard work is everything. Remember that as you embark on whatever journey you take to make the world a better place. I'd like to end off this talk with a quick word of thanks and also a quick prompt if you're interested in continuing to learn about the process of some of the projects I mentioned throughout this presentation, or to connect with me on LinkedIn or follow me on Twitter or Medium as posted above. Also, if you happen to know any experts in bioengineering, medicine, biotech, or drug discovery or development, please don't hesitate to connect them with me. I'm always open to learn new things and gaining new insights that can guide me on an unconventional path to creative journey. And if you know anyone that's very deep into startup development and entrepreneurship, don't hesitate to connect me with them as well, because I'm always looking for partnerships for new projects in the cutting edge technology space. And once again, I'd like to say thank you for your time, and I wish you a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so Teresa, I'm going to hand over to you to do this.
Of course, I have 1,000 questions and so many comments. First of all, my goodness, you were inspirational. Good job. Well done. How and where and when did this start? Like, what was your earliest memory of you being innovative?
I feel like it would have started way back when I was actually interested in just creating stuff in the first place. Like, that's when I would take like cardboard boxes in the basement and I'd cut them out and I tried to make stuff with them. I felt like I was just a generally creative person. And I didn't really perceive myself as that at a certain point in time when I was not doing that well in art school or art class at my school. So I kind of started to lose that creativity, but then I regained it recently in the last year when I was focused on applying my creativity and my interest in a space that was specifically what I was interested in. And that was through a program that I took called TKS, where I was like joined with a bunch of other like-minded individuals, and I was it was kind of like a forcing function to get me started with all those things that I didn't know I loved, but then I discovered I truly loved.
Is this something that you are being mentored in, or is this you taking direction for your learning yourself?
You know, I think the most valuable learning is done somewhat. It's when it's self-guided, when you're self-motivated to learn specific things. But initially, it had to be mentored so that I could have somewhere to start off of. But from there, it's kind of just been self-guided learning.
That's fabulous. I'm very interested in the school that you attend. How instrumental have they been in the projects that you have attempted?
I think definitely the school I attended here in Canada, it's like been sort of a base that's giving me some of the basic knowledge I need to have before I tackle things like this, especially the biology class that I took last year. It definitely helped with the last project I discussed involving allergies, being able to have an actual base that I can apply fundamentally to the concept of working with enzymes and substrates and doing all that research there. But also, like more fundamentally, was the program that I took that happened to connect me with all these amazing people that were able to fill in the gaps where I couldn't, and also motivate me to uh, be the very best person I could be.
You're a design thinker, right?
Yes.
Absolutely. It is so clear in the way that you have approached all of these programs, and oh my gosh, they are so diverse. The Metabolite project, and then you have video game and pixel art project, and you have Allergy X. Um, wow, you said something that I think really is something that I think learners all over the world need to be encouraged by. You like to delve into unfamiliar spaces.
Yeah.
And you do that fearlessly. I pick up that through the hackathons, you've met some people that are like-minded. How does a student become part of a hackathon like that?
It's like really surprisingly easy. And a lot of people are scared away by the thought that you need to have coding prerequisites and know this or that. And I had the like fortune of being in a family specifically where my dad was involved in software engineering, so I was able to get on that bus early on. I know a lot of people don't always have that privilege either, but what I found is a lot of in a lot of hackathons where you can just find them online in either online communities on places like Discord, or even just Google hackathons. Do you want to if you want to participate in those? What I find is coding isn't always necessarily a prerequisite, but it does help.
Absolutely inspirational. We're going to be sending many, many young people your way so that they can be inspired by your story, and we'll see how many connections we can form through that. I agree. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I think for you, yeah. Uh, so the first one, yeah, how teacher,
We
Sorry. Okay, I think definitely something that's been fundamental, like I said, with the last project, the allergy project. Oh,
okay. Yeah,
am I
hi, Opemi, are
audible?
you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, very audible. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I think that was my network. but I think it's cool now. So yeah, so I've got a few questions for you here. So the first question is, so how do teachers? I know you talked about the impact of your school in this journey, but the teachers you work with within your school environment, how do they support you? We have teachers who are listening who would like to understand how this happens. How do the teachers you have around you, how do they support you in this journey?
So I think the most supportive teachers I've had are the ones that incentivize thinking out of the box, where
Mm,
usually a lot of students would want to take the easiest path to the best mark, which I find a lot of school forces you into. And sometimes I've tried to embark on some interesting ideas and like certain projects and things, and it hasn't necessarily been rewarding. And it's definitely demoralizing to have to experience that. But the best and most supportive teachers I've had have definitely been the ones that have helped me by encouraging thinking outside the box and applying or applying the knowledge that they give you in ways that are special and specific to you. Example was my social studies teacher, Mr. Smoker, back in grade 9. He We had a project where we were supposed to specifically talk about the life of a certain person. I think it was Herod, and we were supposed to figure out some way to present like his entire like history and all the things that he did. And
mm,
I decided to approach it with a friend of mine through the perspective of a video game, funny enough. And I can't say it went exceptionally well, but it was a new thing that definitely forced me to apply all the skills that I gathered over the year before, trying to develop games and things like that. And it was one of the most fun projects I did throughout the year, even though it didn't even go as I originally intended. And that was a huge learning experience for me. And I think it really motivated me even more so to learn more about this Herod person that he was teaching us about.
mm. Yeah, yeah, super, super. That's great. That's great. Okay, so and then you mentioned a team. So I'm just picking up the question as it is. You mentioned a team. Who is your team? You know, you mentioned you had some guys you work with. Who is your team?
Yeah, so I've worked with several different groups of people in the past. If the person would be interested in the allergy one, which is where I mentioned having worked with a team, I worked with you will probably find them on LinkedIn somewhere, and I might write them down somewhere. Their names are Ziana Amershi and Idant, I forgot his last name, and Hannah Sardi. So those were my three teammates throughout the process, and they were absolutely wonderful. It's like I think it was the most real application of trying to work with people is not
Mm,
only when you're paired with people that you don't necessarily want to be paired with, but also people that you intentionally choose to work with yourself. I think that was a really
mm,
valuable experience, and I got to learn more about them and foster deeper relationships with them as well.
mm. Wow, that's
Is
great.
your
That's
team localized? Sorry, Adebawe.
yeah.
No, they're all online.
Love that. Love that. That was that. I was so hoping that that would be your answer. So it's just proof that that's the way the world works now. We can form these connections, even if it's not localized.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, so thank you so much, Okomeko. Thank you for that presentation. Thank you for spending time with us in this conference. It was great to have you around. Well, there's already someone that is saying that she would like to work with you. And of course, again, one of the things we wanted to do in this conference is to celebrate innovation, is to celebrate, individuals that are doing exceptional things. Again, when you look at a year 10 student like Opamipo, you see what students are doing today. You see that we have an emergence of a generation of students in K to 12 who are taking responsibility. Again, I talk about moving from students to agents, right? You see students that are becoming agents, agents of change, students that are thinking about solving real problems. We're seeing that happening again and again, and this is another example. This is what you see even in Okpemipo. So many lessons to learn around story, collaboration, working with people, partnership. You see, keep hearing some keywords again and again in all these sessions that we've had, right? You keep hearing partnership, you keep hearing working with people, moving out and all of that and all of those points. Okomepo, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for your time. All right. Thank you so much. Of course, we're going to still have a lot of things to do even beyond now, and expect that a lot of people are going to come your way to also want to collaborate with you to even beyond now. Right. All right. Thank you for your time, Okomepo.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
so much. Keep
Yeah.
coming up with those unique problems and finding those unique solutions.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you so much. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Go
Thanks,
well.
Okomepo. Yeah. So that was powerful. That was powerful. That was great, and that was so powerful. I am very excited, and I am so pumped up because of the next speaker we have right here. Um, I consider it a great honor. I consider it a great honor. Um, yeah. Oh, Okomepo, I would have loved to say hello to your dad, but it's fine. I think I'll do that sometime later. We'll send my greetings to him, please. Yeah, so the next speaker we're going to be having, please, whatever you're listening from, whether you're joining from YouTube or LinkedIn, whatever you're listening from across the world, this next session we're moving into is so powerful. I consider this person that is coming on the platform to be a great mentor. I'm going to read just say brief things about him, but I think what I have here is not sufficient. I'm sorry, please. Even after putting up the bio, I feel like I didn't do well, but I know it's going to forgive me. So Tom is a visionary educator who believes in the potential of the youth to shape a better future with expertise in project-based learning. It helps teachers design projects that integrate personal awareness, climate psychology, social impact, and sustainability. Tom blends positive psychology, consciousness physics, indigenous science, and a biocentric vision to empower individuals with creative skills and collective intelligence. He envisions education's mission as nurturing problem solvers and world makers ready to lead humanity forward. Tom's dedication to transformative education makes him an inspiring speaker who is reshaping the future of learning. He has worked with um, more than 1,000 educators over time with more than even 2 decades of experience in the K-12 education sector, and we are so honored to have Tom with us in this conference. I am going to be bringing him up shortly, and to our audience, I hope you're ready for this. I hope you are really ready for
Hello, Adebayo. Yes, I'm ready. I'm more than ready. I'm excited.
this. Yeah, thank you so much.
Hi,
Thank you for
Tom.
joining us.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Well, it's early, but I'm fine. I'm delighted to be here. This is great.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Fantastic. We can't wait to hear what you have to share with us
E-
today.
exactly,
I
exactly.
can't wait either to find out what I'm going to share with you. Sometimes I have to.
Love it.
Yeah. So we're just going to step down and then allow you to take the stage. If you want to share your slides, you can pull it up now. I'll just throw it up from my end.
Yeah, Adebayo, I just want to ask you. I know there's a share button here. I'm not going to do very many slides. Maybe two
Okay.
or three. I want
Okay.
to just talk to people or
Sure.
with people.
Sure.
That's what I
Sure.
prefer. But I do have a
Sure.
couple of slides that might be helpful just for people. They can see the graphic. But where is the slide? Is that under the plus button? Is that where I should find that?
Yeah.
Uh, Presentation. Show
Yeah.
your presentation to viewers.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. So
Exactly.
yeah, I might fumble a little bit as I go back and forth, but mostly what I want to do is just have a conversation about the importance of PBL and help people actually understand what PBL really is, because a lot of people don't understand. All right, Adebayo, am I ready to go?
Yes, you are. Though I don't see the slides yet.
No, I'm,
Um.
I'm not going to show
Uh.
the slides right away. Well, let's
Okay.
try
Okay.
this way, Adebayo. I'll just kind of see
Okay.
where we are here. Uh, oh, you have to bring it into studio here. I don't think I'm going to worry too much about the slides. Then let's just go straight and
Okay.
talk.
Okay. Okay. That's fine. That's fine.
yeah, I think it'll be better.
Yeah.
And just let me know when I should start.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Right now, I'm gonna leave the studio.
All right, you're going to leave it to. All right, that's good. Hello, everyone. Uh, First of all, I want to thank Adebayo for inviting me to speak today and to have opportunity to talk to people in many different parts of the world. Now, I've done that before. I've been doing project-based learning for almost 25 years, but I'm just delighted to see how global and international and diverse the PBL audience is these days. That's extremely important to me personally. It's extremely important to the future of project-based learning. And I say that you'll understand my point of view as I get a little bit into the talk here. Uh, we are moving towards what I consider to be collective intelligence on our planet. We are working together in ways that we have never worked before. And I'm very hopeful that we can find a way to educate young people so that they automatically connect to one another. And that's the way we do business, if you will, in the world today. We connect people. And when you connect, you have power. You have the power of what I call collective intelligence, which is not just many brains working together. It's really many hearts and minds working together. We're really trying to form a global coalition of what I call genius. Now, that's a big, big word, but I believe that we have an untapped resource in our young people. They are not getting the opportunity they need to really do the work that is necessary for the planet by 2030 or 2050 or whatever date in the future you would like to choose. We are in a position where we simply have to release, if you will, the 1.5 or 1.4 billion young people under the age of 18 and offer them an opportunity to do as much work on behalf of the planet as we can. So collective intelligence is something that's important to me. Now, the theme for the conference is PBL. The theme for I think the theme for the conference in general and the theme for my presentation is PBL in transformative times. And I'm going to just put a slight twist on that, if you will, because transformation also equals either breakdown or emergency. And the reason I think we have a sense of emergency or urgency, pretty apparent to all of you who are on the broadcast today, we have a series of disruptive factors or elements in our world that are coming together to form a very steep challenge for young people, a very steep challenge indeed. The first and foremost is obvious to all of us. Wherever you live, you're probably either on fire or underwater. We have climate change coming, and we don't just have climate change, we have a climate emergency. We have economic uncertainty. The whole economic system is fragile. It doesn't work as it used to work. It's created huge gaps in wealth between those who have and those who do not. It creates uncertainty for young people in terms of what kinds of jobs they would have, what they should prepare for. In the US here, where I'm based in California, there's lots of talk about the value of a university education. And of course, at one time, that was not in question. You simply went to university because that's the way that you got a job. But that's no longer true. Not only in our country, in the US, for example, it's very expensive, but it doesn't lead to the outcome that people, the students or the parents hoped for. It doesn't guarantee anything anymore. It's not so much the degree, it's your ability to do, be resilient, and to basically adapt to the times, if you will. So we have economic uncertainty, climate emergency. All those have, I think, in my mind, affected the entire population, adults and young people. We're seeing it in social instability. We're seeing it in the way people think. They don't seem to be thinking very clearly in some ways. Young people are suffering the effects of trauma. The most recent survey I saw was that Nearly 60% of young people are fearful about the future. And who could blame them? If you're 14 years old and you are hearing a consistent message from the adult society that the world by 2050 may fail, that's a message they're hearing. That doesn't inspire you to do better work in school. That inspires you to crawl back in bed and stay there and not go to school, which in fact is somewhat happening. We have attendance issues in school. Children are not going to school in the same numbers they were. So we have a response to that, all that uncertainty. And it really has led to what I could call another response, which is school confusion. In my view, I don't think we know what to teach young people right now. I don't think we know enough about the future to really determine what we should teach them. In some ways, we're no more expert about the future than young people are. In some ways, they are more expert. So we're trying to find a balance between adults and young people and working together. And along with that, trying to figure out, well, what is the curriculum for 2030? Is it just a typical maths, reading, history, what I call the standardized model of Western education, which has permeated the entire world, which I consider to be inadequate to the future of learning? So we have a gap, we have a vacuum, we have a hole, we don't know exactly what to do. The school confusion is difficult. As I mentioned, we have students not going to school as much as they were, some problem with attendance, and we have, at least in UK, Australia, US, sort of the centers of the Western standardized model, as I call it, 40% of teachers say they don't want to return to teaching. They're tired of teaching. They don't like teaching. They're not just leaving the school where they were, they are leaving the profession entirely. And I'll probably have an opportunity to say a few things about that and why it's happening. But in general, I think they're very dissatisfied with the system in which they're teaching because they're not allowed really to teach. They're really just delivering a standardized curriculum. Nothing in our world is standardized, and nothing in the future going forward is going to be standardized. It's all fluid, it's dynamic, it's just in time, and it is designed for young people to thrive. They can thrive when they have the ability to be resilient. They will do just fine. But we do not have a system at the moment that actually helps them thrive or be resilient. That's not the core goal of school today. The core goal of school today is still accumulating knowledge. Well, we still need knowledge, but the question is, what kind of knowledge do we need in the future? So we have a number. And so my response to that is, the answer is project-based learning, PBL. Now, that's a big statement, and I imagine some of you who are listening might say, what do you mean? We have to teach? We do have to teach reading. We do have to teach literacy. We do have to teach some sort of history. We have things that young people need to know, and I agree with that. I'm a scholar myself. I've spent a lot of time in many classrooms, so I understand the importance of knowledge. But at the core of education going forward has to be allowing students to meet the challenge of the times. And that is what PBL does really, really well. In fact, that's what it's designed to do. PBL is a method for solving problems. I'll just say a couple of words about PBL and the state of PBL around the world. As I said, I've been doing project-based learning for over 20, probably 25 years. I'm afraid to count. It's been a while. And what I've seen is project-based learning evolve, but also become blocked by the standardized system. Project-based learning is not designed to operate within a standardized model of education where the emphasis is on retention of knowledge and testing to see how much students have retained. That's not what project-based learning does. Project-based learning is a way to offer students an opportunity to challenge themselves. It's a problem-solving method. Some people think that project-based learning originated with John Dewey, for example, in the 1920s, one of the famous Western psychologists. Now, he had a lot of great things to say. He was a leader, but project-based learning really came out more than John Dewey from problem-based learning, which is a way to solve problems. And originally in the 1960s, it was set up as a problem-solving method in colleges and universities. Actually began, many people don't know this, actually began in medical schools in Canada, in which medical students had to analyze the symptoms of a patient. And they had to solve the problem. What's the problem? What is the diagnosis? That's where project-based learning originated, with problem-based learning. Now today, that's proliferated, and we have project-based learning, problem-based learning, place-based learning, interest-based learning, challenge-based learning. I don't want to pay any attention to any of those categories. It's all the same. It's all a way to challenge students to solve meaningful problems. And the reason I've always been attracted to project-based learning and think it's so powerful is because this is actually the way we live, the way we learn in life. We learn through challenge. If you actually examine your own life, your entire life from birth until the time you die is defined by overcoming challenges and solving problems. It starts with tying your shoes. It starts with deciding what you're going to learn in school, and then it goes on to what you're going to do in life and who your partner is going to be. And it's all one string of challenges. That's how humans learn. Humans learn by solving problems and meeting the challenges in their life. And as they meet those challenges, they then develop the kinds of skills and strengths that are necessary to master life, succeed in life, thrive in life, manage life, however you want to put it. We grow through challenge. And so project-based learning is a way to help students grow through challenge. So one of the things I would say is, the reason I think project-based learning is so important is because we really need to grow young people. We need to grow young people. We need to grow them in ways they're not allowed to grow right now. Now, when I say not allowed, what I mean is we don't have an educational system focused on the kind of growth that we need in the world. We have an educational system focused on test taking and achievement through a score. Now, I'm not completely opposed to scores or testing. In some ways, it's a useful way to understand what the state of the learning or the progress or so forth. But the most important thing in our world is to grow young people who are able to have the personal strengths that really allow them to thrive. And that's the reason I like project-based learning, because project-based learning is a way to what I call nurture genius. I'm going to say a little bit more about that. It brings out the inner strengths in young people. And we need the inner strengths of all those 1 or 2 billion young people. That's the only way we're going to meet these transformative challenges. It's not going to be done by you or I, the adults, certainly not by me, but it is going to be done by young people in the future. And the question is, what kind of young people are they going to be? Are they going to be the kind who work together, collaborate with each other, honor each other, have empathy for each other, who cross every diverse boundary there is on this planet and are able to come together as a whole and do something very important? That's what I mean by genius, because collective intelligence is a way to nurture genius and nurture it in each other. And project-based learning offers a tremendous way to actually do education in a way that highlights challenge. Project-based learning is often thought of as just another teaching technique. It's just another teaching method. Well, you teach, as I say, reading, or you teach some math, or you teach some history, or you teach inclusion, or you have anything that you do in school. And people think, well, project-based learning is just another way to do that. No, project-based learning is a philosophy of teaching and learning in which the student is at the center of the process, and the student at the center of the process the process is designed to help that young person maximize their talents, to nurture that genius and to bring it out and to share those talents with other people. You actually don't need social emotional learning if you do project-based learning well. It incorporates both. It is a human development method. And that's what I love about it, because it really helps young people develop. So when you think about project-based learning, please sort of let go of this idea that has actually become popular, that it's just a method in education. It's an umbrella. It's the way that we teach young people. It's a philosophy of teaching and learning. Now, I understand that in schools, there's you have to teach the subjects, and the subjects are important. But what I hope will evolve, and is evolving in some way, is that students will have the opportunity to do project-based learning at least, I don't know, a significant portion of their times in school, because it is a way that students can solve the challenge of the times. Now that really brings me to, well, what is PBL for the future? What does it mean when we say PBL, great, solves problems? What do we do in the classroom if we're doing projects and we're doing PBL? Well, the first thing we're doing is we're letting go of the word projects, and we're thinking about project-based learning. One of the great points of confusion is that many teachers still interpret project-based learning as projects. That is, what do I mean by that? It's a very nice way to get students out of their seats and do something, so you don't have to talk to them all day and they don't have to listen to you all day. And so it's really, to some extent, a manipulative method in which you're trying to teach the same curriculum that you would always teach, except you're doing it through a different methodology, sort of a way to hook them, if you will. Well, I would like to see project-based learning go far beyond that, because the transformative times that we are talking about don't have ready-made solutions. And what I like to see is projects in which students are working on climate and sustainability issues. They're working on social impact issues. They're working on community issues. They're working on authentic issues. They are working on problems in their community. I don't care where you live. I don't care whether you live in a tiny village and somewhere off the grid, or whether you live in New York City or London. Within a mile radius of where you are, there are projects waiting to be done, people needing help, solutions needed, social impact. We have an endless list of challenges, and students should have the opportunity to set themselves forth to work on those. Now, how do you do that? I'm going to say a little bit the importance of challenge, and how do you then approach this in the classroom as a teacher who either is familiar with project-based learning, and I'm sure some of you are very familiar with project-based learning, or if you're new to project-based learning. At the end of my presentation, I'll suggest a way in which you can train yourself online on PBL if you want to, if that's a part of your professional goals. But the setting up the projects in the classroom as project-based learning and not projects is actually the crucial step. And I want to say a few words about how you do that, a little bit on the how of PBL. Now, PBL can be kind of a complex subject. It can be an endless discussion, as I know myself from the 25 years I've been doing it. It's an endless discussion, and I consistently learn new things about project-based learning. So it can be a little bit complex, but I want to reduce it to its simplest form, because in its simplest form, project-based learning, as I said, is just a problem-solving method. It's a way to design an experience with students that enables them to take on the challenge of an important, meaningful issue. So when I think about how we do this and how we not only design projects and project-based learning so that they are meaningful, but also, as I said, nurture genius. By nurture genius, I don't mean everybody needs to be an Einstein. That's not what I mean, or some brilliant guru. What I mean that each of us, every one of those 1.4 billion young people, and each one of you listening and viewing right now, has genius within. That's what I believe about human beings. We have genius within. Our goal as a global humanity is to bring out that genius in everybody to the maximum point that we can. So how do we do that in a project? So let's reduce it down to, you're in the classroom, you're a PBL teacher, you're doing projects. What are you going to do to sort of help meet that goal, if you will? First thing you're going to do is you're going to make sure that you have a purposeful project, a meaningful project. I actually reduced this down to what I call the 4 Ps. It's easy, 4 Ps. And the 4 Ps start with purpose. What is the purpose of the project that the students are doing in your classroom if you're a teacher? Is it meaningful? Is it a meaningful challenge? Is it something that is going to affect their lives? Now, I have, in my time, been all over the world. I've worked virtually on every continent, worked with about 6,000 teachers, 400 schools. I've been around, and I have talked with many teachers and helped design many projects. But not all those projects that I have helped design are projects that have been meaningful. They have not been meaningful. They haven't really projects designed to further the existing curriculum, to teach history in a more interesting way. Now, that works and it's appealing to students, but it is not the ultimate result that we're looking for. The ultimate result we're looking for as we move into 2030, as we move into transformative times, as we look out on this landscape and see this list of very difficult challenges that come together in a way that may potentially, I'm an optimist, but potentially lead to a failed planet. Then we have to turn young people loose. So the purpose, what is the purpose of the project? Are they solving a meaningful problem in their community? Have they helped identify that? Now, when I say how have they helped identify that, I'm going to say a few words at the end of the presentation about you as a teacher, but I'll just sort of give, nothing is going to happen by you delivering all the information to students these days. Nothing is really going to be meaningful without them becoming involved as partners in learning, partners in defining the task. So if you come up with a project you think is a good idea, well, let's see if your students think it's a good idea. Let's see if they can improve it. Let's see if they can talk about it. Let's see if they can find other facets that you hadn't thought of. Nurturing genius is a collaborative effort between all of us, even among you and students. And one of the great shifts that we need to make as educators is this notion that we as adults are the repositories of knowledge and young people are blank slates. To me, that's an entirely false premise. We need to start from the premise that all of us have something to say. Yes, you're an adult, you have the paycheck, you're recognized as a teacher, you have professional qualifications. All that is good. But every student in your classroom brings something, and oftentimes it's hidden, and brings something into that classroom. And your job is to help uncover that and find that and help them own that so they can use that. So the purposeful project is the first P. Is it a meaningful, purposeful project? And is there a meaningful problem to be solved? If you are looking for one key to assess your understanding of project-based learning, it is this: when you design a project, it needs to be designed around a problem to be solved. PBL is not about understanding, awareness, exposure. That's all happens and that's fine, but we want to help students solve meaningful problems. Meaningful problems meaning they are engaged in solutions, and those solutions always involve constraints. If you know that word, constraints. In other words, nothing is easy. You have to design things that have constraints to them. And so the question needs to be something around, we use PBL, a driving question, as many of you probably know, or problem statement. And that is the core of the project. What are we trying to accomplish and what kind of problem are we trying to solve? And one test you can use for yourself as an educator, if you're doing project-based learning in the classroom, is if one of your colleagues says, "Oh, I know you're doing a project," you say, "Yes, I'm doing a project." And if they ask you, what is the problem the students are solving? You should be able to answer that in 25 words or less. And you will be surprised how difficult that can be sometimes. But that is what you're trying to get to, the solving the problem. So the first P is purpose. The second is you need a good plan, and a project is planned out. So one of the misconceptions about PBL has been that it is really just sort of free form, if you will. You turn students loose to solve a problem. Nothing could be further from the truth. Project-based learning is actually a disciplined method, but the discipline doesn't come from you laying down the law and rules so much as you working with students to get them to observe their own rules, so that when they work together, they're really working, solving problems in ways that gets the work done. I have been in some really good classrooms with really good project-based learning teachers. And it's amazing when you walk into a classroom like that, when that is happening, the teacher is actually off to the side answering questions. The students are simply buzzing, working together. There aren't discipline issues. There aren't cell phone issues, mobile phone issues. Students are engaged in the task because when you give them a meaningful challenge, they will go forward and do it. And I've had teachers many times say to me, when I do project-based learning, it's going well. I don't feel like I'm earning my salary. I don't feel like I'm earning my paycheck because the students are doing all the work, which is what they should be doing. And in normal, guess who's doing the work? The teacher, standing work. And at the end of the day, the teacher walks out of the school exhausted, and the students kind of bound out running, laughing. The opposite should be true. The student should leave school exhausted, working, and the teacher should feel relaxed. So with project-based learning, you turn the work over to the student. So that requires a plan. So that's the second P. And it has to be well planned, well thought out. And by that, I mean, what is the timeline for the project? When will you do normal instruction, which, by the way, is perfectly fine within PBL? When are you going to be, as Marie just mentioned, the guide on the side? You have to decide, when is that going to happen? What are students going to learn through their own investigation and their own inquiry? What material are you going to give them? It's a very tricky part of being a project-based learning educator, because it's hard to know sometimes when you're going to give them the knowledge they need and when they're going to find it themselves. Finding that balance comes from experience in projects, but it can be hard to find that balance sometimes because you don't know, well, should I tell them? Should I lecture? Should I give them an assignment? Should I give them a worksheet? Or should I let them discover themselves? So part of this is understanding the dynamic between how much they do themselves and how much you give them as the instructor. That's a matter of experience, as I said, but that is a balance you need to find. And the project plan generally goes according to, project plan is going to go according to length of the project, what you're going to do at the end. There is the methodology there for PBL. So when I say it's a philosophy, yes, it is. But within that philosophy, there's also a methodology with PBL that makes it work well. And that PBL starts with introducing a driving question or a problem for students to solve, working with them so they understand that problem to be solved. And by the way, sometimes they might say, hey, here's the problem we want to solve. That's fine too. You're very flexible as a project-based learning teacher. You're working with students. You're not simply, you're the guide on the side, but you're really doing it with them. That's very important. You're with them. I'll say a little bit more about that in a minute. So that's the second P, the project plan. You have to have a solid plan, which includes, by the way, who are they going to present their findings to? So in project-based learning, one of the core principles is they don't solve the problem so they can hand you a worksheet at the end and give you that worksheet and hand it into your desk. They go out and solve the problem. They solve it and they go out and show what they know, And as they show what they know, then they feel a sense of confidence. They feel a sense of accomplishment. They feel a sense of, I did something important. That works. Now, the third issue is really the process that goes on while students are going through the project. And this is where the nurturing genius, to me, comes up. There's an old saying in project-based learning that the process is the project. And in a way, that's true. It's all about the process of learning. Now, if students are engaged in a meaningful challenge and they're answering a meaningful question, solving a problem, does that mean they're always going to find the best solution? No, that doesn't happen in life. It's not going to happen in a project-based classroom. As a matter of fact, I've been through Talked to many teachers whose projects feel like they failed completely. At the end, they didn't come out with a good solution, but they went through a very important process of trying to focus together on how to solve that problem, talking together, collaborating. I know the word collaboration comes up all the time in education these days. We want students to collaborate. It is the heart of the project-based learning process. You will need to set up teams, groups. I prefer the word teams to groups. And the teams work together. Now, this is a big topic. Again, I can't say too much of this because it's a complex topic. We could do a whole webinar on teams. But the essence of this is work out small teams of students to work together, 3, 5, numbers that are manageable, and have them solve problems together. This comes back to nurturing genius and nurturing collective intelligence. We are moving into a global age in which collective intelligence is the name of the game. You can see it happening all over the globe. And one of the reasons I'm delighted to have this opportunity today is because this global conversation has to include every continent, every country, every race, every nationality. I don't care how you do it. Everybody's got to come together and share. And we need to use, because the maximum collective intelligence of the human race is going to be necessary to solve the list of problems that I stated at the beginning of the broadcast. So we have to do that. So you start that in your classroom by teaching students to do empathetic, respectful communications with one another in which they are trying to find solutions. Now, is this easy? No, it's not. It's not easy for a couple reasons. First, students aren't trained to do that. We train students to sit in rows and obey instructions. And so if you suddenly put them in groups or teams and sometimes they don't know what to do. I do some work in Australia, for example, and I had a head of curriculum tell me the other day, we put the students in teams and we asked them to come up with solutions. They don't know what to do. They looked at me with a blank stare. That's us as educators, as adults, not teaching students to do that. So that can be a bit of a steep hill to climb as a PBL teacher. So if you're doing that, you need to spend some time on training students how to work in a team and how to speak to one another respectively and how to speak to one another empathetically and how to understand and how to listen for understanding. So this can be a bit of a struggle. But that is the process that goes on within the project. And the process is one of unfolding. So I would say when you're thinking about this, there are principles that I go by. One is the team concept, collaboration in a meaningful way, plenty of opportunity for students to exchange ideas, plenty of opportunity for them to understand one another, find out what each other is thinking. And of course, you are then acting as the guide on the side, the coach, the facilitator. I'm going to say a couple things about that in a minute, because this is also not necessarily a natural role for teachers. It amazes me, but teachers are really, at least in the US, most systems that I know of are really never taught how to coach and facilitate a team. They aren't. They're taught how to deliver a really good presentation and how to manage a classroom management. It's very interesting. I've been involved in this discussion many, many times over my career. Classroom management is a non-thing in PBL. You don't manage a classroom in PBL. You teach students to manage themselves. And in a really good PBL classroom, students are doing that. They are managing themselves. That's why this example I gave earlier of teachers off to the side, simply answering questions and acting as a guide and facilitator, while the students self-manage themselves and do the work, that's your ideal. And that's partly what I mean by nurturing genius, because in today's world, guess what? You better be self-managing. You better be able to make your own decisions and make your own way, because all those breakdowns that I mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast affect all the rules and the institutions and the pathways. And so really today, young people have to learn how to thrive, not on their own, although that's part of it. It is a personal journey to some extent, but it's also a collective journey with peers. And that's what you're teaching in a small way. You're supporting that through project-based learning, through the process in the classroom. The second thing is more and more, and I'm sure many of you know this and are familiar with this, PBL and design thinking are really one and the same. You're designing solutions. So you're giving, in this process, you're giving students plenty of time to figure out, well, if we solve this problem, what would it mean? How would it impact people? What do they need? How can we design potential solutions? How can we design, if you will, sort of a prototype and then discuss it? Well, that'll work. No, that'll work. Let's take part of that, the design process. So the design processing, design thinking, and PBL, definitely part of the same conversation in that process. So you're really trying to do that in that process, and you're liberating that kind of creativity. The final P is what I call positive measurable impact, PMI, positive measurable impact. By that, I mean, at the end, let's do something meaningful. Let students say, what did we accomplish that's positive? What did we do that might contribute to the world? What is going to contribute to the common good? What is going to make a difference in our neighborhood when we did this project? How are people going to benefit? What is the positive measurable impact of our work? That closes the loop on a project so that students leave that project thinking, okay, I accomplished something. Something was meaningful. Something made a difference. Something helped. And that is a way in which you begin to close the circle on a project, do something that has impact, fulfill the purpose of the project, and have students feel that. Now, that's what I call these 4 Ps. I call this an ecological approach to PBL, a holistic approach, if you prefer that word, because all of these elements that I've mentioned, purpose, a good project plan, a really good process in which you're coaching and facilitating the process, and positive measurable impact, is like growing a garden. That's the analogy I often use. It's like growing a garden in which everything works together. It works together in a powerful whole. And when it works together in that powerful whole, it actually has synergy. And that is the synergy that is necessary to liberate the kind of genius I'm talking about. It's like growing a garden. At the end of that garden, you got some either beautiful vegetables or beautiful flowers, and you walk in at that garden and you feel alive and you feel like, whoa, nature has done her job. I've helped, and you see growth. And that is really what I think is important. That's how you nurture this. You can't do it piecemeal. So as you design your projects, think about the 4 Ps: purposeful, meaningful, good problem to be solved. I have a good project plan. It's solid. I have a process outlined. I know what's going to happen, and I know who the students are going to present their finding to at the end. And at the end, they're going to show a positive measurable impact. Or sometimes they're going to say, I wasn't able to get to that, but I tried to get to that. So those are the way that you have, that's the garden that you want to grow as a PBL teacher. It is the ecological approach. It's like when you think of a garden, soil, right conditions, water, fertilizer, food. That's the nurturing part that you develop with PBL. And I should say probably a little bit more than that. When you're developing a PBL classroom, it all depends on having this and that is personalization, respecting your students, knowing them well, respecting their diverse ways. I've done a lot of work lately on neurodiversity, and I am convinced that neurodiversity is one of the, if you will, almost an evolutionary response to what we need today, because we need many different brains thinking many different ways. And so respecting the diversity of your students and trying to way to work with that. And I realized, to come back to my comments earlier, this is the antithesis of the Western standardized model, which I call it, based on curriculum, based on testing, and based on standardization. We don't live in a standardized world anymore, and we're going to need to let go of that. And the more we let go of it, the more the garden is going to flourish, along with some weeds. We're going to have different things that are going to grow out of this. So we're all engaged now. When I say all of us as educators, all of us really as adults and parents, but all of us particularly as educators who have specific responsibility for this. All of us are engaged in growing a new kind of garden for 2030, 2050. And we're responsible for nurturing this kind of genius in ways that we don't fully understand, and we perhaps can't fully predict, because the world is not predictable, it's chaotic. But as we have to have sort of faith that young people can do this. So project-based learning depends really on having this kind of faith in human beings. Some people don't have that faith, by the way. Some teachers, they don't do want a project-based learning. They really do follow the blank slate or empty vessel theory, where I have to fill the student with information. If you believe that, you won't be happy as a project-based learning instructor. And I've seen some unhappy ones. So, but if you believe in human talent, if you believe that we haven't yet uncovered the depths of human talent, that there's more to come, then you're going to be a really good project-based learning teacher, and you're going to enjoy that, because it is an enjoyable process of growth. I want to end up here, just say one thing about what this means for you as a teacher. Most of you are familiar, if not all of you, you know how we train teachers these days. We train them for classroom management, as I mentioned. We train them for curriculum delivery. We train them for knowledge and specific knowledge in their subject. I believe we're going to have to train a different kind of teacher, and I believe that if you're a teacher who wants to do PBL, there's no use waiting around for somebody to train you. I would think about, how do I train myself to become a really good project-based learning teacher? How do I become the gardener who grows this beautiful garden? Well, one of the ways is you start to bring yourself to this process. You bring your empathy, you bring your vision, you bring your purpose, you share this with projects. Everything that we want students to be: curious, empathetic, collaborative. You as the teacher also need to be. You need to be the model for that. Otherwise, project-based learning doesn't work as well as it could. It really works in the presence of an adult role model who mirrors, in a way, the same kinds of strengths and skills that they would like their students to develop as adults. And you show that to them every day in the way you facilitate and coach them through this process. You're a good listener. You're not just there to deliver information. You're there to find out who they are, what they know, and what they can contribute to your knowledge. I call it, PBL is very much what I call a co-learning voyage. We're co-learners these days. So I'll go right back to where we started this broadcast. We don't know what's going to happen with climate emergency. We're not sure what's going to happen with the economic system. We're not sure where the social system is going to go. Everything is in flux. Everything is under design and under review. And that means we're all in this together as co-learners. You happen to be the adult in the room. The people in your charge are younger. That imposes certain constraints. I know that. I've been a parent. I've been a teacher. I know that. But your underlying attitude of one is, we are in this together. We are on a co-learning voyage into the future. And PBL is a wonderful way to try to address that in schools. And that's why I say I believe that project-based learning is the future as a philosophy of teaching and learning, because from my standpoint, I don't see any other way that we can proceed forward into 2030 and 2050 without releasing the talents of young people They are the ones, as I said earlier, who are going to contribute the solution. So that's what's important. So I'll end there. I see I've been revisited on the screen. So thank you so much, everyone. I enjoyed doing the presentation. And I just want to say that, if you can go to pblglobal.com. And if you would, I have 3 online courses for project-based learning. And you can take those online. They work very, very well. And one is on how to do project-based learning, what I call a practitioner. The second one is facilitator. How do I work with students in this process, create my teams? And the third one is how do I create meaningful projects that make a difference in the world? Those are three, you can take that online. It's drop-in. If you have the capability, it's mobile on your phone. It's easy. And I charge for the course, but if you have a school or a set of teachers that'd like to do it, use my email, tom@pblglobal.com, and we'll make a deal. I'm a deal maker. So we'll make sure we can get you into that course if you need to. So because my mission in life, at least one of them, is to spread the gospel of PBL. That's what I've been doing for 25 years, and I'm going to keep doing it as long as I can. It's incredibly important, becoming more important than what even was 20 years ago. We are on the cusp of emergency. We're also on the cusp of an amazing global knowledge and opportunity. And one of the things I didn't mention, which I want to say, we now have the opportunity to take a single heart and mind in this world and bring them. That's why I mentioned the global genius is possible. That's what I believe. I'll leave it there. That's a big enough goal.
That's a big enough goal. Absolutely incredible. Thank you, Tom. So much wealth that you are sharing there. And I think, if I can think of one word to sum it up, it's agency.
Yes.
And each one of us has that responsibility. It lies with each one of us to not just wait for somebody else to provide the solution, but to actually jump in and do it. I also like the fact that you spoke about the fact that it doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter which country you find yourself in. We are surrounded by problems everywhere. And the aim is to be able to look at problems and do something about it. And that's where PBL comes in. It's not just this thing that you're supposed to do in class. It's a methodology. It's a way of thinking. It's a lifestyle. And if you are able to have this approach in everything that you do, you become a solution creator and not just a solution seeker. So
absolutely.
Thank you so much.
I love that. I'm going to bring you on the road with me. That's exactly right. We're preaching to the same choir. It's great.
You're in great company. We are, we're pioneers for PBL. A question though, and it's a big one: quantifying learning, exams, testing, Ivy League universities, and how to get into them. These are the big, these are the weeds in our garden. How do I do PBL? How do I practice PBL? How do I bring about this change? If I have to deal with having to test examinations, how do we approach quantifying learning amidst all of this that we want to do?
Yeah, it's the big question. And what I recommend is balance. That's why I said you can spend 40% of your day teaching all the university courses and getting ready for the exams, or 50%. But there should be a significant portion of that day and week in every student's life with the opportunity to do projects and to do meaningful projects. So that's one answer. The other answer is, it's very interesting. Project-based learning, the research shows, does a fine job of preparing you for examinations. It does a fine job. That one of the myths is that, project-based learning doesn't prepare you. But in fact, it does prepare you for exams. And if you can see the research on that, and if anybody wants that, they can contact me, tom@pblglobal.com, and I'll share the research. So you can see that it does prepare people for exams. And the reason it does is because so often project-based learning engages students in learning. Once you're engaged in learning, you learn. And so you're able to take that knowledge. The third thing I would say, and this is a bit of a system change, we're looking more and more universities are frankly in trouble. They're in trouble. In the U.S. enrollment is down. Why? Because it's not that valuable. Universities are going to be forced to shift their kind of admissions process, which many of them already have shifted, in direction of looking at a secondary student's record. What have you done meaningful in life
Hmm.
beyond your grades, beyond your test scores? What have you done to contribute to community? And at some point, maybe beyond my lifetime, I don't know, but at some point, people are going to have a social impact transcript that
Hmm.
says, I did something meaningful. Otherwise,
Hmm.
I'm not going to college. I didn't do it. I didn't do the job
Hmm.
yet. That's what I
Hmm.
think.
Hmm.
Another question, if I'm allowed, at a bio, can I?
Yes, please. Yes, please. You are. Yes, please.
Uh,
Social impact.
you spoke about, how in classrooms teachers have to manage classrooms, and the transition into doing that, into managing students to creating students that are able to manage themselves. I think that taps into the skill set, the 21st century skill set that learners are supposed to have. Now, if you consider are these skills, do we need to teach them before we embark on PBL, or do you suggest we do that while alongside the PBL way of teaching?
Yeah, very good question, and one that comes up often. Uh, and the answer is both and. What you want to do is develop, I'll go back to the garden analogy. You want to have the right soil to lay out the plot. And you do that by really having a strong relationship with students. Everything in PBL depends on relationship. It has to be a positive relationship. So everything, once you set up that culture in your class of trust, empathy, respect, and students know that, then they're ready to work with you, not against you. And once they're ready to work with
Hmm.
you, then you're ready to launch the project. And then as you launch the project, because they're working with you, you can say to them, look, everybody in life is a work in progress. You're a work in progress, but now we're going to do
Absolutely.
this and build upon this. And so you can do it. It's really, but you do need to set up that plot in the right way. And that's all dependent on a positive relationship. Once you do that, you can do anything in a project. They'll work with you.
Absolutely.
Hmm.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Oh, this is amazing. We could go on.
Yeah, we could. We could go on for another couple of years, but I'll
Yeah.
let you guys get going. Adabaya, thank you so much for the invitation again. I really
Yeah.
appreciate that, and thank you for the questions. And anyway, if we need to do anything further, let me know. But I've had a great time. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
Same
Yeah.
here.
Same here. Same here.
Inspirational.
Same
Thank
here.
you so
You
much.
know,
All right,
I
take
stood
care.
behind. Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So, oh wait, where is Teresa? Okay. Yeah, so I was just in the background because I was thinking about a whole lot of things. When some lights hit me hard, I just pause and I just try to process. When a computer is trying to like try to process and yeah, I wasn't just ready to see anything because I was trying to really process a whole lot of things. Towards the end of Tom's presentation, he said some striking statements, things. The whole world is under design and also in review. It was trying to explain, because in my experience of working with schools and teachers doing PBL, there's that expectation of an outcome. you know that's what's going to be that what's going to be the outcome, and not paying attention to the process but paying attention to the outcome, and saying that necessarily it doesn't have to always end with an outcome, right? So even when you don't end with an outcome, but if there's a process, then what is important is what the process has imparted in the participant. Like I said today, the world is in design. People are meeting, several governments are meeting to try to think what's the next way forward. What's the next way forward. Decisions are changing. It's just really an agile world indeed. And it seems as if the idea of an outcome is not the thing. The idea is about what's the next thing to do, and how do we keep refining things and keep moving forward. I think that passes a message of hope So people that are trying to do PBL, and it sometimes looks like you asked in the conventional traditional system, sometimes looks like we haven't done anything. I don't think that's the case. I think we have done a whole lot of things. We're only just paying attention to the outcome and not focusing on the process. And because just like I said, the process itself, right, is the project. The value of PBL like lies in the process itself. If you get to move to the phase where you have an outcome and not thinking about um the 3 months for a term pass, because the 3 months for a term, so once 3 months is over, but in the world of PBL, something can start and span for the next 3 terms or next 4 terms, and you might eventually get the outcome not in a term but at the end of the next 2 3 or 4 terms. What is important is that there's an established process, yeah, that is consistent and that keeps flowing, because that's what life looks like, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's like Opemipo, three different projects, and all of them so intense. And while listening to him, you could listen to his process. He doesn't always get
Yeah.
it right the first time.
Mm,
They would meet with some challenge, and
mm,
they would do some research, find something else, and
mm,
in that the exposure is more.
mm.
They delve into, like he said, spaces that are unknown, and I think
Mm.
that's what this also encourages us to do. Like, you don't give up because it's
Yeah.
hard. You don't stop because you don't know. You keep
Yeah.
having this inquiry based mindset,
Mm.
and
Mm.
it keeps informing your next step and your next
Yep.
step, and it becomes contagious. If you are working with people that are like minded, um, so I definitely see the value in that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Inspiration.
Absolutely. Yeah. Very inspirational. And I love the fact that it started by highlighting the problems that does exist, for humanity, and that's where it only starts from. What an
That
honor.
remind you of our fireside chat and the
Yeah. Yeah.
global
That's true.
report.
Yeah, the global risk report. Yeah, and that's where it always starts from, right?
Yeah.
I love the way he now connected the problems that we're facing today to PBL as a subject, and trying to see how it now falls back again to the problems. Right? Because if it's not connected with the problem, and we're not solving, and I see from this presentation again that the hope, the hope of the world today is the education sector. Think
Absolutely.
where they are. So when Nelson Mandela says that thing again, that education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. I think it comes back to that again, seeing
Oh,
that education is the only weapon. I think that's the hope. That's where it starts from. That's the weapon. The way young people are trained to grow. He said that. Tom said that. You know that the current education system is not focused on helping them
yes.
to grow to the point of being able to add real value to their society, focusing on thinking about growth. And I think that's where we stand right now. And again, this is just passing that message again that there is a higher calling. There is a higher calling for K to 12 stakeholders. If you're a teacher in K to 12, if you're a school leader in K to 12, if you're a school owner, there is a new call. There is a higher calling for K to 12 right now. The 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 whole game has changed. The whole
The
game has
whole
changed.
game has changed.
Mm.
Yes, if the education system changes, everything else needs to change. Universities need to change, and I
Yeah,
like that.
yeah, yeah.
Adebayo, earlier in the message stream, there was a post. It's not coming up for me anymore, but I think it was just after Opemipo's presentation. I think there was, if we can just highlight their willingness to collaborate. I found that very interesting, but it's not coming up in my messages. Does it come up for you?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Uh, I'm not sure.
I think
I'm
the
not sure.
participant was Dimple. I don't remember. I don't recall the last name, but it's not coming up on
Ah,
my.
yeah, yeah. I can see it from here too. That's fine. We'll get it. We'll get it. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so people, we've come to a great place in this conference. We hope that you are inspired. We hope that you are motivated. We hope that um, you are you are moved within you again to launch into new a new realm of possibilities in your system. We're going to be taking the last session for today, and that's going to be handled by Mary. Mary will join us anytime. Um, she will join us in the studio shortly. Um, yeah, so that we can do this and take the last one for today. So this is the third session, and that was really powerful, really powerful. I'm going to roll out. There's a feedback link. Where is it? We'd like to get your feedback. Um, I'll put it on the screen now. You can see it. Yeah. So bit.ly/ K12 hyphen 2030 hyphen feedback. Please share your feedback with us from with that link. We'd like to hear from you. What do you think about this conference? What are the things you've learned? How would you rate this conference? We need feedback. We want to improve. We want to do something better next time. This conference happens once in a year. So this is gonna help us prepare for the next one happening next year, right? Thank you. Thank you to our audience from YouTube, our audience from LinkedIn. Thank you for staying with us. Thank you for joining us here. We do hope that you're finding a lot of value um, from this. Oh yes, so I will just yeah. Okay, yeah, we're going to put the feedback link in the chat. All right. So we know some of you will not get to listen right now. You're going to listen to the conference later. But as you do, please take the feedback form. We'd like to hear from you. We'd like to know how this conference has added value to you, so we can know what to emphasize and what to build on. Right. But one thing you can see from what all our speakers are saying is that education is now about adding value to the society. That's where it stands today. The question is, are you doing that? Okay, so I'm trying to get Mary into the studio, so that we can move into the last session. So again, the question is, are you doing that? Are you doing that? Whatever space you find yourself, whatever continent, wherever you are, there are a lot of problems everywhere to be solved. Are you channeling the education you are offering to solve those problems? Are you converting the learning experience to a channel that is solving the problems that does exist? Right? Are you seeking to understand the connection between what happens in your But of course, it's going to be relative. Are you seeking to understand the problems that exist in your society and um, how you can connect what happens in your classroom, in your school, what happens in your community, right? So we are seeing that again and again. That is where education stands, and that was all we wanted to say in this conference. That was just all we wanted to say, that the school models for the future have to be an environment that is responsible for breeding problem solvers and innovators. That was all we wanted to say with this conference. That was all.
Absolutely, and it depends. It depends on the individual. Right now, we no longer have to look to a specific system. We don't need to look at specific leaders. We don't need to look at an education department anymore. The real change on the ground can happen with those of us that are on the ground, and if we are able, I keep going back to the inspirational Namya. I think if the concept is it's so simple, yes, it is so powerful because each one teach 10. And we do know that our networks are sometimes bigger than just 10 people. But if as educators, if we are able to influence our classes, and they in turn can influence the people that they are exposed to, the change starts happening gradually, and it catapults. If as parents we can share this with the communities in which we move, again, it keeps spreading. And then if we have school leaders here, I think it's absolutely imperative that we understand that the process the process is it involves everybody, and if we are in leadership positions, it makes it even more potent. I think Mari is ready for us.
Yeah, yeah, I think she's super. Mary's fully ready for us. Okay, so we are going to bring up last speaker for today. Yeah, so I hope listeners, I hope you're ready. This is going to be another bomb, right? Um, you will see that the people you have in this conference are people who are speaking from their hearts, are people who are passionate about transformation in education, right? And that's what you have. That's what you have. Okay, so I'm going to bring up Mari right now. Hello.
Hello. Hi.
Hi there.
Can you see my screen? Is my screen showing already or is it just me?
Yeah,
Just
so I can see
Okay.
your screen. I can see your screen,
Oh,
and
okay, cool, cool.
I'm going to bring it up. So once you switch the screen to the slides, I'll just put it up.
Alrighty. I'm not going to go to the slides quite yet. I'm going to go to a video just because I was very inspired by Dr. Markham's conversation just now. And I know that you specifically had me come in order to show examples of what all of this looks like
Mm,
in a classroom or in the
mm,
field of
mm,
education. And this
mm,
is a component, actually, kind of a newer component to my research, not like research, but it's a new component to kind of what I'm doing when I do my presentations, because a lot of time I give all of the problems and the issues and the research, but what I would love to do is give the the presentation of, well, what does that look like and what does that mean for me, right? And what does it mean for me as a leader and as a teacher? So my research really aligns with a lot of conversations from today. And what does this look like in the classroom? How does it connect to the future of the workforce? How does it connect to technology, and et cetera, et cetera? So I want to give some baseline information. A lot of the information I'm assuming you know. I'm assuming that you know we're in the fourth industrial revolution. I'm assuming that you know that technology is getting faster and faster, and we don't have to prove that, because I know you, Mr. Adebayo. I love you. And Miss Teresa, thank you for having me again here. Um, but what we're looking at is, we know that that is there. We know that this is happening. And what does that mean for me as a teacher? And how can I help support Black and Brown kids get through these systems, these westernized, colonized systems of learning, and start breaking down and decolonizing learning
mm,
in order to make sure that our kiddos have a chance, specifically the ones who are the most marginalized within school systems. So, anyways, so I brought up, as he was talking, I brought up like a couple of videos, a couple of extra things here. And so I'm really excited to share that with you.
yeah, yeah. Great. Okay, so I'm going to step down a bit,
Okay.
and that is when I've been able to introduce you. So let me allow me to do the introduction. Just in
Absolutely.
just one
It's like,
sec.
who am
Uh,
I?
yeah, okay, so where is it? Where is that thing? Um, yeah, okay. Oh my, it's loading, it's loading. Hi guys, listening from wherever you are. It is a great honor for us to have Mari with us today. I've known her for the past 2 to 3 years thereabout. I know she is someone that I I treasure a lot because of the impact she has had on me and on the many things I do today in education. So Mary is a passionate and disruptive education educator, interested in how K to 12 education can be a tool to raise kids who will become agents of social transformation. Um, she founded Alexandria's World, whose mission is to create simple, engaging media to develop cultural, competent global citizens, and also engage in creating corporate instructional design, distance learning, e-learning, professional development in technology, cell, equity, and PBL, and also e-gaming designs. With a decade plus in the world of instructional design, Maria has trained several educators across the globe to disrupt the traditional and design authentic learning experiences for a better world. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor again to introduce us to Mary K-12 2030 conference. Please meet Mary, and she's going to be taking us on a mental flight shortly.
All right. Hi, how is everyone out there? Thank you so much again for having me. I was supposed to come yesterday and completely messed up the schedule. I'm like, ah! But one thing that I've noticed in my life is God always places me where I'm supposed to be. And so I was supposed to be here today. I was supposed to listen to the presentations for today and meet the people for today, and not yesterday. Well, not yesterday. I mean, I'm still going to meet them. So there we go. I kind of wanted to take a dive from Dr. Markham's presentation, because what does that really look like, and how can we start changing our mindset? My dissertation, I'm full on doctor now as of last year, so yay. My dissertation is getting a lot of rounds right now. I've been accepted to over 40 conferences to speak on the new age superintendent and the fourth industrial superintendent, and what needs to happen for a district and an organization to change their mindset from that 20th century learning to beyond that 20th century. We're already here. So we have to go into higher levels of education. And it all begins from my research with that teacher mindset. So let me just kind of show you an example of a project that I did my last year in the classroom as doing project-based learning. And our school did a joint venture project base with Joshua Tree National Park. That was their local national park there up in Yucca Valley, where I was teaching my last year kindergarten. And this is about a 5-minute video, but I do want you to see kind of the process. I might take time to kind of talk a little bit over it. I'm not sure yet, but just kind of take it all in and view the visuals of the iterations that we did. We did a lot of iterations, and our team, kindergarten specifically, was artists, and we were to become artists. And I think we would take it further if we did it the next year again, to actually embed our classrooms, our classes within the artist community there, because it is a strong artist community. But what I noticed was when we I tied everything to math, I tied everything to their writing. You can see how we created a book on their community, and a book that people they could sell, like a picture book. Kindergartners did this, and we tied their writing to that. Also, we did lots of beautiful different types of drawings, and using different types of mediums and ways. But more than this, I asked, hey, guys, what do we do next after we do these beautiful drawings and renderings? What would an artist do? And they said, get a job. And I said, but you did your job. You're an artist. And that's when they started really thinking and brainstorming. And they said, I guess we would have to sell it. And so what I did was I found a child-friendly website where the students could upload their artwork and sell it on this website, and it could go to their parents. And when their parents came and saw our presentation, which would be this video, along with a lot of their artwork and students talking about their process in their learning, what they did was, I saw a lot of parents crying. I saw grandparents crying. And they said, if we knew that we could be artists in school, our life would be totally different now. And this is the type of responses that this type of learning has. That's the type of impact it has. Yes, local and global impact, but also life impact. So I'm just going to kind of show this video very quickly. Please tell me if you can see it. Can you see it? I just want to make sure before I blow it up that you can see it. I can't see a thumbs up or anything. But
Yeah, I can see it.
oh, perfect. Alrighty, so I'm going to go ahead and the driving question is, how do artists impact their local community? This was a joint venture with Joshua Tree National Park. That is it is one of the most famous parks in America, right there in their community. So of course we took the whole school to the park. Yes, I was still able to tie standards. Science standards. We had to build models, build different ways, and take a look at landscaping. I told my principal, if it were my school, because there's hardly any rain up there, it's in the desert, we'd probably be outside all day, no desks. If it were my school. But this was their first rendering of their landscape. We were using the iterative process of PBL. After we tried different giving them perspective, I tied it to math as well. This is Spark Growth, which was a local program, a literacy program, and we partnered with them. And they also have like a home connection where they did projects at home. They had them go around, take pictures at the park, and then we brought them back to the park. They did a literacy presentation, a home connection, and then they took those pictures and they drew their own perspective. We also had them different mediums. We were trying to do some ceramics good. We wanted to also partner with local artists and embed them, like I said, within the artist community. And so since we're professional artists now, what happens next? We took our photography from when we visited the park as well as around the school. Used our language arts curriculum to have them, practice their sight words and creating a book on their community and the type of animals they might see. We also found a kid-friendly site where we published the book. So each student had their own page within the book. These are some of the ideas that they learned that Joshua inspired artists. This is some of the digital work that they did, where they used green screening in the background. We're trying to use our technology to have them be creators within technology and not consumers of technology, which is a different mindset. And this is also where they sold their art. Sell it on chains and all types of different products to their parents and their families, and they could do this all online, taking their art to the world and not keeping it with them and hidden within the classroom. This project is also on display at Joshua Tree National Park, along with other projects from other grade levels. Other grades took different perspectives, like the astronomy and also the housing boom that's happening there. And so one grade level took social media and how social media impacts the community and Joshua Tree itself, and they were embedded with the social media department right there within Joshua Tree. So this is how we were using our partnerships within the school to really help impact their learning and not use it as a supplement, but use it as a driver of the learning that they needed to do. I'm going to go to my slideshow really quick, but I wanted to kind of jump out and show you that. I don't know exactly how much time I have, but I'm going to try to keep an eye on the time for you. And so what we're looking at is having teachers become not just lesson plan designers, but having them design experiences. What I do now is I have decided to work from the outside in creating projects, working with companies and creating projects that will really impact the design of curriculum and learning. Oh, it's not letting me switch screens. All right. Who am I? I always introduce myself. I'm Marie Martin. Hi. I am a wife, a mother, a former caretaker. I lost both of my parents last year. So I'm still trying to figure out my life without them. I am an educator, but I'm also a change agent. I want to make sure that as I'm moving through this world, that I am creating change within education. If you take a look at Spring, you can read up here that education system as itself uses education to either inadequately offer an education for our students, or they want to ensure that compliant. And it's because it's based on a factorized learning model aligned with the second industrial revolution. I don't have to tell you this because you are here today. And so I'm assuming that you already know this and I don't have to prove all of that to you. But I do want to talk about how Spring goes on to talk about two methods of how this is done. And one method is to use education to control a population after it's been conquered. Let's think about that. Let's think of the Native Americans and then our indigenous population here. And also let's talk about African Americans, chattel slavery, et cetera, et cetera. Let's talk about how they're trying to assimilate all of us into that one world education, right? But that education system is not built for us. The other method is based on fear, on the fear of the liberating possibilities of education. It is to deny a population an education or try to limit their educational opportunities. I'm going to go on here to my conceptual framework. And as I was looking at the intersection of technology, education, et cetera, and I just want to talk about Hattie real quick, because a lot of people use his research in the wrong way. And I want us to think about his research a lot differently. Hattie did his metadata. A lot of teachers and organizations use his data worldwide, his metadata study. One of the biggest things is that as far as technology is concerned, technology does not impact student achievement. It is zero effect on student achievement. But, and I'm going to say but, with the correct learning strategies and teaching techniques underlying technology, meaning, and there's a lot of research supports this. You can have high tech, you can have low tech classrooms. The achievement levels are going to be the same. But with technology, with the correct teaching strategies underneath, okay, which is where I'm going with inquiry-based learning, project-based learning, whichever type of inquiry-based learning you want to use. And I think we've said this and honed in on this. Have your frameworks together, okay? You will definitely see how technology can enhance that learning and accelerate learning, okay? So before we're looking at technology and how it can enhance and how all the things that it can do, which brings us together today even, we have to take a look at how are we teaching and what is that process of teaching. So thank you, Dr. Markham, for really breaking that framework down for us. Because I have also been a PBL coach at my school. Teachers are like, I'm not curriculum developers. Pretty much as a curriculum developer I am now, as a learning experience architect that I am now, yes, you are. You have to be now. There's no going back here. And what I'm noticing here is because of this, here's another thing I noticed with PBL works and so many, and I think Dr. Markham also addressed this. We're in this factorized sludge. That's the black part of my conceptual framework. We're in this sludge, and a leader has to, when they're imagining, when they're producing, when they're employing in order to impact the experience, what has to happen is they pretty much have to turn their back on this industrialized school model. They have to turn their back on test scores. They have to turn their back on what does the test scores, what are they saying about my school, about my classroom? And as leaders, I think that's where you need to also have strong leaders who are saying, I am allowing you and I want my children to have a way into this future workforce. And therefore, I'm going to take a look at the end products produced and not the test scores, the learning that's actually going on in the classroom, and not take a look at the test scores, because I'm going to see learning in the production. I'm going to see learning in the impact, whether it's community impact or it's life impact, or how are they learning? What is the process? And how are my students moving through and learning about life and learning about this world and being inquirers and problem solvers? Yes, a test cannot measure that. Okay, there's several studies, and I'm just going to say that before we can go on to the technology enhanced learning, which is education 4.0, we really have to take a look at that inquiry-based learning, which is often misled. Let's take a look. These are two books right here, and I need you to get these two books, because what this really addresses the equity portion of what we're looking at. Okay, and I love Metafine. They researched for years several different American high schools that even said that they taught project-based learning and that they did constructivist work and that they had processes in place. And they found this over and over again. It was an ethnography where they just followed the kids around. And what they noticed were that the core teachers, the English teachers, the math teachers, they were like, yeah, I'm just teaching them the set knowledge first, and then I'm going to go into the project later so they can apply that knowledge. Well, they didn't know that these researchers would be there for months and months on end. And guess what? These researchers did not find those projects ever. It was continued to the next page, to the next section, no application of the knowledge. And that's why we're talking about having your project base not compartmentalized, but it is the process of, right? And you can still tie your standards and stuff like that. We're not going to lose your standards. I got you, kids. But we're not going to allow this society to tell us and dictate to us how our students are going to learn. We have to break them out of this cycle and make sure that they are collaborative learners. What did my kindergarten classroom look like? My students by the end of the year had checklists. They were working on their own in their own projects with their own inquiries. Me and my teacher assistant would simply help them in the classroom, and we would also pull them. I'm the guy to the side. I'm pulling you, and when I pull you out of your group, or if I pull a group of you, something that I see, I am targeting your weakness. So I'm scaffolding the process the whole entire time. And then if I'm not pulling you, then my assistant is pulling you and she's scaffolding you. But at least half of my class time, my class day was spent on reading, writing, and all of the basics, still at a 1-to-1 teacher ratio, depending upon what they're doing. And it just has to be built up until it's this tapestry of kids know what to do. Social emotional learning would be done in the morning. We would always sit, we would talk, we would discuss about our days. Hey, watch out for Matt today. He's having a bad morning. And so let's make sure that we watch his heart today, okay? And this is the type of setup that we would have to have as teachers, is to create your classroom so that they are learners. Technology was used in my classroom not as passive learning. They were always creating something with the technology. We would even have dedicated tech time, but they're learning coding skills, but they are always creating some type of product with the learning that they have learned in class. And then they would send it out to their parents. And so parents could see the type of learning or the projects that they were working on. So this is my point of view of how I start doing any project and where I'm coming from. And this is how I start disrupting the world of curriculum and the world of learning development, which is its own issue in itself. I have began to identify issues within the learning curriculum as a whole and learning and development world as a whole. I am beginning to disrupt it and dismantle it. And you also have to work with your leadership. And I am working with different leaders in different companies and organizations to really take a look at how are we disrupting the education world. And this means that we have to take a look at other theories. If you look at APA, you will see that that they have actually apologized and sent a letter to the Black Psychology Association saying that they have only been approving white psychological analysts and educational theorists. And so there was an apology letter that went out in 2020. The Black APA pretty much rejected their letter and said, we have our own theories. And you have to take a look, start taking a look at it, indigenous theories, start taking a look at how other ways of learning and other epistemologies, and bring that to your classroom, bring that to the learning. I'm going to show you what that looks like too. This means that we have to start refusing certain ways of knowing, certain ways of doing things, and certain status quo. And we also have to replace it. So whenever you refuse, you have to replace something. So we talked about assessment, how assessment and standardized testing doesn't really, it will not bump your, look, project-based learning will not bump your test scores up. It will actually make them go down. So I say that to leaders right away. So if you're looking at test scores, you really have to start refusing that. And what are you going to replace that with? I'm going to replace this with growth portfolios. I'm going to replace this with goal-oriented type of work. I'm gonna replace this with reflection portfolios, right? And how students are reflecting on their learning. And it takes more time. It takes more time to create, and it takes more time to implement, and it takes time to grade, because you're not just grading a test score with an answer key. I want to talk about World Economic Forum. I love this because you can kind of keep abreast on what's happening on a global end of our spectrum here. And I would like to talk about how many of the issues that have underlined education for so long only got exasperated and shined light on during COVID, right? Inadequacies in our teaching population, in how they teach, inadequacies in technology, and we're thinking that our kids are digital natives, but many school districts just dropped off computers and a hotspot for internet connection and said, well, there you go. That's not how it works, right? I just heard from one of my team members that I work with that in her country, some of those parents just sold the computers because they needed money, right? And so when we're thinking about just giving people technology, and they say, yes, give them technology, right? But what we're finding is that there are 3 digital divides, right? And these 3 digital divides this is from my research, Toyama 2010, really studied Iceland, which has 98% internet penetration rate, okay? Meaning they're connected, okay? And within this research, they found and identified 3 digital divides, okay? It's not one digital divide. The first digital divide is the actual laptop connection, device, whatever you're going to connect it to the internet. That's the first digital divide. The second digital divide is the peripherals, like a monitor, a printer, paper. Okay, all of these things cost money. Okay, and then also along with that second digital divide is the paper and the consumables and the software upgrade, the ink that goes into the printer. All of these things, money spent out the door. And if you don't have money, then keeping your computer systems up and et cetera, that is going to be a hardship, and it's going to leave our learners behind if you're talking about just using technology and having them connected. The third digital divide, it's us. It's the teacher. It is the human being that is teaching you how to use that technology. Are you teaching them how to use that technology to better themselves, better their lives? Or are you teaching them to consume technologies? And this is where the mindset shift needs to begin to happen. And this is why I'm beginning to really target the teacher mindset right now, because it is a different type of mindset. And with this mindset, we need, I just want to kind of read on here from what WEF said. They continued on. They said, for any post-pandemic recovery plan to be successful and sustainable in the long term, a comprehensive approach to investment in high quality, innovative, future-proof education systems must be a strategic priority. And this is a unique window that we have coming into this post-pandemic. And what we have to do, and they specifically name Education 4.0, and they specifically named the successful skills needed in this age of fourth industrial revolution. And it leverages technological and pedagogical innovation to put learners in the center of learning. And so the questions we should ask ourselves as teachers are we placing our learners in the center? If this dude loves doing dirt bike riding, why is he riding on whales? Okay, it's because you're trying to fit in your science curriculum and integrate it with writing and stuff like that. That's a you thing. That's not a student-centered thing, right? This superintendent that I studied said that what he did what PISA, the international testings did. He did what they did. And what he did was he took his AP teachers, the best teachers, okay, high-level teachers, and placed them with some of the lower students at least once or twice a day with their classrooms at the high school level. And what he found was they went ballistic. Oh my gosh, I can't teach these kids. These kids in the, And he's like, okay, well, calm down. Well, you come in and teach the class. And he says, okay, I'll come in and I'll teach the class. Give me a second. I need to plan. I need to get my plans together. So what are you working on right now? She says, we're learning Shakespeare. Hold on, let me take a look at the standards. I don't see Shakespeare anywhere in these standards. That's a you thing, right? That's a you inserting your own ideas of the curriculum. Think about testing and stuff as well, right? With me in my classroom at kindergarten, I have a lot of students who are biliterate, who are biliteracy and they're bilingual. And guess what? When they come into the classroom, sometimes they know how to speak English, sometimes not. Luckily, I have been overseas, taught overseas. I have the strategies to teach them English, okay? And teach them how to read very well in English, okay? They are biliterate. It is an add-on to all of the wonderful things that they know. And so kind of talking about Dr. Markham, I mean, he's hitting on a lot of the points here. You come into my class, I'm looking at the standard, and I love teaching math and going through math to really assess a student because it's more of an international language. And my standard says the students have to know how to count from 1 to 20. And so I say, okay, sit down, student with no English. Can you please count to 20 for me? 1, 2, 3. And they look at me like, mm-mm. So my next question is, okay, student with no English who speaks Spanish, great. Can you count to 20 in español? 1, 2, 3. Ah! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom! Check! Because the standard does not say, do you know how to calculate in English? It just wants to know if you know how to calculate. Okay, so it is so with this, there are 2 different things in this report here that it talks about. It talks about how there needs to be new learning technologies and pedagogical technologies developed and new assessment innovations. And this is what we're talking about here. This is just a framework for Education 4.0 that WEF has. And these are some of the ideas that they have as far as what Education 4.0 framework looks like, right? But before we take a look at any of the technological things, I really push and urge us to how are we assessing our students and how are we moving them through our learning system? And what is the process that we are using to teach our students these specific skills, okay? Of course, I need to start because I need to look at all research from all over, and Education 4.0 was first coined in Malaysia. So they have mapped out what a 1.0 system looks like. That's teacher in front of the class. Education 2.0 is learners are still receptacles of knowledge. They're just going to regurgitate, respond. They're still at the front of the class, but they might have a computer screen or a couple of activities. 3.0 is project-based, is inquiry-based. And according to Fullen, which is on the next slide, it doesn't matter what inquiry-based process you use. A lot of places that are using project-based and PBL and inquiry-based learning, they have different models depending upon their community and what fits with their community. That's from my research on the district. He allowed the community, each school community, to choose what process they wanted to use, and they could combine processes and frameworks together. And then, of course, the technological aspect of this is that acceleration and having that 4.0 and making sure that our learners are connected, that they are creators, and that they construct knowledge. Just going to skip this because I talked about this a little bit, but you can take a look at Fullen Quinn and the essence of deep learning and kind of what that looks like. So this is another book for you for your purchase. And he does talk about the equitable ways of learning within project-based, as long as you are using those equity. So what is, if I'm refusing and I'm replacing, I need to refuse my lesson plans and I need to begin to create and curate learning experiences. I'm just kind of looking at the time. Oops. Okay, I'm going. And so what I do in my in my experience is I do human-centered design, and I even push it further and go into design justice. You can go to IDEO.org and you can take a look at what human-centered design is. You can also look at Design Justice. I believe it's either .com or .org. And there's also a book on design justice. And it really talks about the decolonization in the of what we're trying to do in the design world. And what I'm doing is, if I'm going to identify, disrupt, and dismantle, what I want to do is I want to identify, meaning that I am placing my end user, my learner, my participant, whether they're an adult or a child, at the beginning of my journey of creating something for them. And what I would do is getting to know your students very, very well so you can start creating personalized experiences for them. And this is what I do on a different level. And I'll show you examples of this. And what this means is that you're talking, you're doing interviews, you're finding out, you're loving on the kid, you're loving on the family too, because they come as a packet. They come as a package. Have those parents in your classroom. I loved having parents in my classroom. Have them come and learn and be with the kids. And when you have a classroom full of parents who are loving on those kids, guess what? They're going to learn so much, and you'll have extra helpers for yourself. Disrupt ideation. To disrupt, I'm going to ideate. And it is the way that I'm ideating, and it's the way that I'm imagining the course. And that means that I'm looking at newer technologies. How can I use these technologies to create an experience? And when I'm looking at my experiences as a learning designer, I'm looking at what happens before I teach the content. What happens during and what happens after to make sure that that content is there, right? And this is specifically because I do a lot of digital courses now, etc. And then the dismantling part is, what new theories can I use? Why do I have to pull from the same theorists, behavior theorists that practiced on animals, etc.? And when I have human beings here, and those human beings are full of knowledge and full of life, and they know things, okay? And how can we co-create together, and what theories support that learning? And that means I might need to go into indigenous theories. I've seen a lot of research on West African theories that align. And how can I be more of a mentor in my class instead of the person who's at the board all the time? You would never see me in front of my last 5 years in class. You never see me in front of the board. I would always be off to the side. People would come into my class and couldn't even find me. Okay, I look like one of the kids. So identifying, you have to see, I'm not gonna go through this, but it's really about just removing the enclosures that students have. And why did I leave teaching? I saw this, I started to see so much enclosure, and I want to start, and that were coming from the outside of education, that I knew I needed to go to the outside of education in order to disrupt. So here's a company that we've worked with, Albert Whitman, and they came to me, and as you can see, look at the Boxcar Kids. So if you're in America, a lot of people love Boxcar Kids. It's been around for since the 60s, and I mean, teachers love this book series. There's like hundreds of these books. And the company came to me and they said, we want you to build a workbook, for the first 5 books. I said, me? Oh my gosh. I think in one of the books, the second book, there was a character in there, and her name was, she didn't have a name. Her name was just Indian Girl. And it was like, you didn't even give her a name, right? And so I'm in here and I'm thinking, how can I decolonize this particular book series? And when I read the first book, it turns out these kiddos right here, they're homeless. They don't have a mom and dad. And they were running from their grandfather. The mom had just passed away. And they're being very resourceful in the woods, and they're foraging food and collecting things. I said, I think I want to do project-based. And I want to do project-based with all of these books, right? And each one used a different framework as well. And I just want to, do I have time, Mr. Adebayo? I don't want to like take up a whole lot. I just have like maybe 10 more minutes. Is that okay? Oh, I don't see anything, so I'm just going to say it's okay. So this is just kind of a companion website.
Oh, yeah, sure, that's fine.
Oh, thank you. This is just a companion website that I built to go along with this, but just take a look at how I have positioned this series. And when it comes out, you know, a workbook goes with this that kind of gives ideas as to how, and the workbook goes along with the reading. Some of the other workbooks don't go along with the exact reading passages, but some of them align quite well. And so the step-by-step ways that they can do this. But as you can see, I really wanted to introduce what is this and how are we presenting this to our students, because there are many things that we need to look at as we are reimagining what education looks like, what workbooks look like, etc. So these, I turned all of them into project-based workbooks.
Outside our window, the world is suffering. Overcrowded hospitals are pain. Difference met with disdain. We hear the cries of Mother Earth. We are her children you can't silence. She will hear our poem for her forests, a song for her oceans. Together, our call will be a thunderstorm. We are never too young nor too small. Racism, discrimination, inequality, let's end them all. Masked but not muted, me and you. Together we'll reimagine the world, because this is our way. This is our planet, this is our day. A kid is just a kid, they say. But when the world opens its eyes, it will see us for who we are. Masked, not muted. You and I.
So what you're seeing here is a complete reimagining of these 4 books. They can read the book alongside, but alongside of it is a complete reimagining and what am I going to do and what are the steps of inquiry? And this particular book is based off of project-based, straight up, taking the golden 7 steps that they have and really taking a look at chapter 1 and then creating different pathways of learning for students. So here's a student guide, a parent guide. This is just the companion website to the workbook to help kind of be a guide to the side. But you know, the possibility 1 is, you know, how were they using money within the book? They were doing bartering within the book. How did they in chapter 2 they were trying to have access to water. So let's take a look and review water access locally, globally. Number 3, they're homeless. Let's take a look. What happens when there is a home and you don't have a home, right? Or also food and how are we nourishing ourselves, and they can take a look at local or they can take a look globally. But the stage 2 would be, you know, stage 1 would be, let's identify what you would like to study. And you can work in teams, you can work, you know, if you're homeschooled, you can work by yourself with your parents, but taking action, what are the next steps of taking action and connecting students to different organizations and being a resource in that way? How do they research this type of stuff? And then what does their presentation look like? How How can they get what they've learned out to the world and possibly even create a social campaign for themselves? And each book has its own idea with it, but that's kind of what, something looks like in the work that I'm doing. And if you take a look at Cell Collective, this is more of a biotechnology curriculum, which is why I want to connect with the gentleman from before, because I think he would have great perspective. I don't want to do the video. It's about a 1-minute video, just kind of describing a lot of the stuff we've been talking about, and then taking a look at this industry standard platforms, scientific platform they use for simulations within biotechnology right now today. How do we bring that to the K through 12 environment? And how do we design for our K through 12 students to be involved within a biotechnology curriculum prior to college? I work with the government. I'm not going to tell you which branch, but I'm creating a high-level government course. And when I did my interviews, this is a 50-hour course that they have to take prior to going into their officer trainings. And really, it's just all about the doctrine and getting the doctrine out to them. And so in my interviews, I noticed, many of the people, they didn't have a way to really condense that 50 hours down. A lot of the stuff they already knew. And so they're going through these lessons, and it's just a big kind of waste of time for them, because a lot of the stuff they knew, or also they couldn't remember it by the time they had this big test at the end, and they couldn't remember it 6 months later when they actually go to face-to-face training to have to apply this. And so one thing that I did and my team did is we're creating a OneNote notebook, which has activities based. So they'll go through the virtual training, the digital training, but then they will be able to collect their notes and have resources. And so we're taking a resources over assessments approach for these officers, who are then going to take this OneNote notebook, and within face-to-face residential training where they're applying those doctrines, they are now taking this OneNote notebook with them to class so they can refresh themselves, bring new conversations, their own experiences, and making everything very personalized within the training. And from there, they can even take a lot of end users that we talked about. When we show them our OneNote notebook and the activities in there, they actually want to have a copy of our OneNote notebook, because they would love to go back and actually place the information they learned from residential in there so they can take it to the field. And so now we're taking a look at how do we deliver on-time content in the field. Instead of having them go back and research and having to do this, they can literally go back to their OneNote notebook, and they can have access to the information, the notes they took prior, during, and now after training, they can use it in the field. And then the lastly is the problem with books and children's books. I am creating with Alexandria's World the process of what it takes to be an author and to write, and offering this as an Alexandria's World experiential writing workshop for teachers, not only just decolonizing how we write, what we write about, but our stories need to get out there into the world. And when I show students even just the slide from before, and the fact that we're not represented, and when we are represented, it's mostly white female authors who are representing us and our culture and our worldview, that disrupts them. It's like, whoa. And I say, we have to start creating our own stories of our own lives. And then I start showing them my own characters and the stuff that I've produced. So that is it. I am done. Sorry for taking up so much time. But I did want to make sure that I piggybacked off of Dr. Markham to show great examples of what learning can look like. And hopefully it has brought you ideas that you can use in your classroom.
Oh my gosh. Thank you very much. I think it becomes more tangible when we have practical examples that we can refer to, and that's what you've provided us with. Thank you so much, because I think also, over the different scenarios all over the world, it looks different for different people. And if we want to speak about a culturally inclusive pedagogy, I think that is something that most of us in our unique environments, that is something that we definitely want to look at. And you've provided a toolkit. I love that. Identify, disrupt, dismantle. But then it's followed up with refuse and replace.
Mhm.
And the practicality of that lies in the hands of all of us, who now have to take the responsibility of replacing it with something that serves everybody, that serves humanity, and not just one group of people. We spoke about agency, and I think again that just rings in my mind. Thank you so much. And
Yeah, I know it's a lot. Sorry.
like, whoa. I don't know which one I want to grab onto, because there is so much. But
I would say the biggest thing is because what I'm finding is when there is pushback, even just on that same course I was talking about with the OneNote notebook, right? There has been pushback because I've had to change status quo mindset of what is education. And let's go back to your end user. Why are we doing this? And just yesterday, I received feedback on a round, and it's like, well, this guy, he doesn't really know what we're doing. He's not really used to this type of learning style. He says the content is all right, but he's like, it's all correct. It's not his learning style, and that's fine. I am going to have a didactic version of it where if you just want to read through it, that's fine. But it is creating the engagement and making sure that these ideas are engaging, but also that they are creating learning and creating knowledge for themselves using that notebook, collecting their personal experiences, because once they get into residential, it's going to be a community base, and they talk about so much about their community. So they need to be able to contribute their knowledge to that community, but they also have to remember what the information was in order to contribute, right? And a test will not do that. No longer. It won't do it even at higher levels. It won't do it even, I'm talking to some doctors. They said the test, it doesn't even do it. It doesn't teach you the bedside manner. It doesn't teach you cultural humility. It's just a test.
There are some things that touch on a different set of skills and knowledge, and yeah, it's not in a textbook.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to ask you the same question. Quantifying learning, testing exams, marks, test scores, and all of that. How do we slay that dragon? Who gets to set the standard?
Who gets to set the standard? Right now, I'll have to go back to my research and talk to you about the superintendent that I interviewed, because I asked him specifically, how are you getting around the testing factor? What he specifically, the reason why I went to him in his district is because he, a lot of times, if you see, even in Medifine, says that only well-funded, affluent public schools and private schools really focus on project-based learning within our country. Any school that caters to a diverse population uses coercive measures in teaching. Yeah. And so my question, what brought me to him, is that he has 50% white and 50%, and it is still a very well-funded district. And he talked to me about how he finds the resources and funding for the projects, and it is a whole collective that happens, lots of things there. But the bottom line is, he says he took his constructivist school, the only one in the district, that was the worst school on the testing score district in the state, and he made that the model school. That's what brought me to him, in order to disrupt and find ways to provide equitable education for all students within the district. And he made that the constructivist school, the lowest testing school. He made that the example school, put that principal at the most distinguished school in the district. And he is expecting test scores to drop. And so I said, how do you get around that? He says, I can't get around it right now. We are where we are. But what I do is I meet with each principal in a reflective cycle every quarter, not yearly, every quarter. And I have my district leads as lead learners within each school district. Everything he's placed as his own, his district is his own project base. And that's how he treats his district. I'm saying we can treat our classrooms as our own project base, right?
That is a different way to look at it. Wow.
Yes, because he talked to me about setting the conditions for. I set the conditions for this to happen. I set the conditions for it not to be top down. I set conditions for it to be from teachers up to me.
Yeah.
And the way he knows it's working is because now they come to him for advice on how to disrupt. And it was a learning organization, lots of reading, lots of showing. I'm flying people out to different programs so I can show them what it looks like, how it works. And then I'm letting the communities, and he's had to fire people, okay? He's like, I had to fire them. They weren't willing to do it but their community wanted it. The parents wanted it. They show, they don't tell, right? They don't talk about it. They show people what it looks like. And they show the type of learning and engagement that happens, and they have somebody there to help them. So the last thing is when he goes to those principals and he talks to them and does his reflective approach, just like we would do with our own students, right? A reflective approach. He's looking to see if they are presenting test scores or are they presenting end product. That's how he can tell.
And end product obviously would show competence.
That's it. And if he says, I'm going to allow them to hang that, if your test scores are high and that's all you're showing, I'm going to get into that school more deeper, and I'm going to see how is it, what real type of learning. I'm going to talk to your end users. I'm going to talk to your students. I'm going to pull students and ask, what are you learning? How are you learning it? Why do you know this? He's going to get all of his district managers in there, and he's going to say, what is happening at this school? If they're only showing him test scores and the test scores are high, that's how he'll know that it might be an underlying, because the test scores aren't supposed to be super high, right? So,
Maria, what advice would you give to our school leaders listening in right now? So let's think of the African landscape in particular, and we're not trying to exclude anybody, but
yes.
A lot of the inequalities that we like to address exists.
Yes.
Help us. What do we do?
What do we do? Help us. Yeah. Well, we have to start taking a look at the mindset. This superintendent specifically he turned his education system into a learning organization, right? Because they're not just pulling from one framework. They're not like, okay, here you go, project-based learning, go. Everybody has to do it. That's top down, right? If you're a leader, you have to allow people to lead from the middle. And so he has set certain parameters. I need you to look at certain frameworks, but first the why. Why are we doing this? And he is talking about, he names that we're in factorized learning. And this is not the world that our children are going into. And he also took them to different places where the learning is happening. And the results are successful results for all students. And so he's asking parents, the community leaders, he's going to the city, he's going to various corporations, etc., in order to help fund this, because it's not cheap. It's not. It is not. It is an expensive venture to, but half of it is creating the partnerships, showing and not telling the community. That's one finding that I had as well. And what I keep telling you, he set the conditions for all of it. I'm setting the conditions for this to happen. It is, and after a while, I just asked him, is this like your own project? He's like, I guess it is, isn't it? And you have to take a look at it as your project. It is my, and when I think about my own class, and I do have to also talk about your moral purpose. What is your moral purpose, right? The more you study this stuff, the more you're going to say, oh no, I have got to get this done as a leader. So it does start with moral purpose. From that moral purpose, how is that information transferring to your main leaders? You got to have partners in crime around you. Okay. Me and my teaching partner, I loved science and STEM. She didn't like it. She loved history and social studies. I didn't like that. So we went to our principal together and asked to switch classes. So I could teach all the students science and STEM projects, and she would teach all the students. And it made our classes a lot better. It made our grade level a lot stronger, because now when we talk to parents, we're talking to parents together. And I know a lot of schools are moving towards this, but they do it kind of badly. But it's really about accepting our strength as teachers, right? And really focusing in on what we like to teach. So if you look at Metafine and the school where they're talking about project-based learning, what they're finding is, and what I found in my research as well, got to give it to the creatives. You might want to seek out some of those teachers, the core teachers, maybe the art teacher, and maybe you're coordinating with them on a lot of different things. Maybe the PE teacher, okay, whichever teacher, because these teachers they found are the ones who are teaching project-based, because that is how they keep students engaged. Where the core teachers are, and I'll tell you one last thing, because this is super, super important. And it's super important for me as well, because when I had my little girl at home and I was homeschooling her, I actually had to wake up and decolonize my mind every single day to not sit her down and work on regular assignments with her. We would go out for walks, we would view nature, this, that, the other. When she went back to school, she was 2 years ahead. This is me and my own child doing a lot of this experimenting, kind of like Vygotsky and his kids, right? And so, but it did take me every day waking up and not throwing sight words in front of her, but more walking around the neighborhood and saying, hey, what do you notice? Oh, I notice our sprinklers are off. Oh, I know, it looks like someone broke it or something. And then she's like writing the HOA. What's going on with our sprinkler system? It looks like somebody is tearing it up. And then the HOA is writing her back saying they're changing the sprinkler system. Thank you for writing us. We're taking care of it. And what they started building were solar lights in our neighborhood. That's why they pulled up the sprinkler system. Now we had something new to talk about.
Oh,
storage of light.
Forms the other.
Right?
New problems, new inquiry.
New problems, new inquiries. And so what I'm finding is that you have to really decolonize your mind. In my research, one of the leaders was my outlier. I gave her so many chances. I go back to the interview and listen to it again and again. 25-year veteran educator, about to retire 5 years. She was my outlier in my research. And the reason why was because she believed she mirrored the superintendent. She spoke so well on his stuff. She thought it was her own ideas. I had already talked to him. That's not, she's like, I like to consider myself a lead learner. That's what he said. That's his condition. You see what I'm saying? She mirrored him. She didn't disrupt. She mirrored him, but she did not innovate the way the other district leaders did. And I tried to take a look at why that was. And the reason why is because each leader that I interviewed, even the superintendent, did not start off in education. They start off in a different. So think about the people that are around you. They had their foot in two different areas of study. The superintendent was science and biology and education. The second in line, assistant superintendent of curriculum and learning and instruction, she had her sight on international relations, political science, then education, right? One was a minister, a script writer, and did not want to be in the classroom, got pulled into the classroom. The facilities developer, I spoke to the facilities because they're changing buildings. They're getting rid of the old style of buildings. Okay. And he was a theater manager and director and then moved into education. So they had their feet.
That's cross-disciplinary in a different way.
Yes. Yes. And you know what he was doing for the buildings? He was like, some fire chief just came and said, well, it's got to be 200 by 200 feet. But that's not science. They just made it up. So he's making rooms to go along with project-based and inquiry learning, rooms that are manageable where he's doing sliding door. He's doing a production, right? He's using his theater skills to do a production, and he's raising his own money to build these new buildings as a facility manager, right? And so when the dream and the shared vision got transferred to these other leaders, to transfer down to teachers, these are the different leaders that he had with him, right? And these leaders transferred that vision throughout their planning and their working, and how are they building those resources around getting these mindsets to education, right? And IDEO calls this, I'm going to have you guys write this down.
We need to
IDEO calls this positive deviance. Positive deviance. IDEO calls this positive deviance. These are people who are rooted in two different fields, who are giving you more ideas and iterating off of your ideas and plans. Wow. Me, myself, music first, and then teacher. It all makes sense.
It makes perfect sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely does.
We can go on and on.
Yeah, exactly. And this has been a great experience. It's great to see that this is the last presentation for today. Mary really brought this perspective of understanding how education can be a tool to decolonize. That's something we haven't really had in this conference so far. Introducing education as a tool in that regard, that's heavy. And
Yes.
really I've been thinking about that lately, and I've been asking questions too, like why is it that of course peculiar to us in Africa, the colonial masters, the kind of education they established, was it a strategy to systematically sustain,
Yes.
the slavery or the kind of system, even though we say we gained independence, but actually, like, are we really independent? It's not sounding like we're independent, so it keeps comes down to that, and seeing education as a tool that has the power to systematically sustain slavery and dependence, it's just showing that that's where it's going, and I think right now we are woke, and our eyes are opened, and we are ready to redefine what we call our own education. Because at the end of the day, if it's not making our society a better place, we don't want it. We don't want to see it. We don't need it. It's of no value. It's really of no value. Thank you so much, Mary. Thank you for bringing in that this perspective. Thank you for bringing in this light.
Anytime. I was
Yeah,
like this. I was meant to be for today. So
yeah, exactly.
I said,
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
like, oh my gosh. I felt so bad. But when
yeah,
I came, I said, I just know that there is a reason. There's always been a
yeah,
reason for
exactly,
everything in my life.
exactly,
And the
exactly.
people that I saw today fed directly into what we're talking about right
Yeah,
now.
yeah, yeah,
And
exactly.
just amazing people for this whole conference you've had. Thank you so much for
Yeah,
having me.
yeah. Thank you, thank you, thank you for always showing up. Thank you so much. You're the best.
You are too. You are too.
All right. So bye for now. We'll catch up soon.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Bye
Yeah,
bye.
yeah.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Have my young girl trying to distract me. Okay, so yeah, yeah, it's been a great journey, and we have to bring this to a close. I think on LinkedIn, LinkedIn ended the event because we only put 4 hours there for LinkedIn. So once it was 4 o'clock, LinkedIn ended the event. So it's only our YouTube viewers that can still see what we're doing or what we're talking about. So yeah, that's fine. So we have a feedback link on the screen. Yeah, bit.ly/ K12 hyphen 2030 hyphen feedback. Please do well to please do well to give us your feedback. We'd like to hear from you. What do you think about this? Tell us what do you think about this conference. Tell us your learning experience from this conference. We really want to do better next year. We really want to understand what has been the biggest thing um, for for this conference. We really want to understand the greatest lessons. We really want to understand the greatest learnings, so that we can really do better next year. Thank you to all of our audience. You can see the message from this conference. If you listen to all our speakers, they are all saying the same thing, and and accurately, that was just the goal of this conference. We feel fulfilled that this conference has achieved its goal. On a broader scale, passing this message that education, K-12 education for the next decade, as we look at the world becoming a better place, it's not going to be about the traditional thing we used to do. It's not going to be about exams. It's not going to be about exams. That's where the journey started from today. The tool we use in justifying learning is not going to be about exams. It has to be about something else that is valuable to the society. We've heard that over and over and over again. We saw a student that came on board to show us, a new generation, a new breed of students who are now seeing themselves as agents who are adding value to the society. That's where K-12 is. Those are the things we are seeing today, and those are the things that we hope to see all across the globe. Africa, you know, um, Europe, India. These are the things. Asia. These are the things we hope to see everywhere. And as this becomes the norm, like Tom was saying, for the 1.4 billion kids worldwide, you know, what happens is that we have a generation of young people who will make the world a better place, right?
Yes, yes, I like what I think it's Marie that said, we want to create a tapestry of kids knowing what to do. So I
Yeah.
think if that's kind of what we go for, I think
Mm.
that's we're going to create a beautiful world.
Yeah, exactly, exactly, exactly. So again, to all of our audience, those that are not listening and will get to listen to this later, please do well to fill the feedback form. We'd like to hear from you, and please once again, this is EAZY-DIGI. We are an education consulting organization that is using research, network, and technology to transform education in Africa. This is one of the things we do everywhere, of course, to foster the networking pillar of what we do. So many people have been here. You've seen different kind of people. You've met different kind of educators in this conference, and the closer we get, the closer we'll come together. Like Mark was saying, a a, a um, um, a global a global age of collective thinking. Right, Mark was talking about that. We have reached a global age of collective thinking, where we are all thinking the same way, and you can see it. Every speaker that came here today, that was around yesterday, you see, it's like everyone was just saying the same thing. Right, we're approaching
Collective
that era.
intelligence.
Yeah, collective
Intelligence.
intelligence, please. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. Global age of collective intelligence. Yeah, thank you, please. So that's where we are. That's where it is right now. We're thinking the same way, and we are coming together to solve our problems together globally. And that's what education has to offer. Thank you so much for listening to us. Please follow us on LinkedIn. Follow us on YouTube. We're also on Facebook. We have more and more events unfolding. We have a number of things we do from time to time that will be of great benefit to you. So we believe in using research, networking, and technology to transform education, to put education in a place where it is relevant and where it is authentic and where it is really needed. And that's what we're doing. And that's part of what you see in this conference that just happened. Right. So, and we're so excited that this conference is a success. We thank God for the success of this conference. We thank God for all the speakers that have came and how they have been of great blessing to all of our viewers. We got some instant feedback, during the conference that shows that our audience are excited and they are empowered by the value from this conference. And we hope to get more when you feel the feedback from. Okay, so Teresa, this is where we call it a day for
Thank
this.
you. Thank you for putting all of us together. Thank you to our most valuable speakers. Oh my gosh. I definitely think that we'll be making references for days. We are inspired by you. We celebrate your innovation. We celebrate the impact that you have, the change that you are making, and to
Mm,
our participants and people who are taking time to listen to this. We hope that it touches you on a level that inspires you to do the same. Thank you for whatever you are doing on the ground as well. And if there's something you'd like for us to showcase, please get in contact. Please let us know. We would like to celebrate you too. Assistance
yeah,
in any way, reach out and let us know how we can help.
yeah, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. If you'd like to know more about us, check us out on LinkedIn, check us out on YouTube. You can visit our website, easydigi.net. We're there. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, dear viewers. Let's stay connected. Let's keep networking. Yeah, bye.
Thank you.